Do you want to just ding ding again? Kia ora. Just got a little talking. Kia kara kia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atukura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena everyone. Back for another Thursday in this room with you all. So I hope it is a good one. Right, we'll go to the absence and lateness. There's lateness from Councillor Stewart and Councillor Williamson. They're on their way. And no early departures. Well, let's just say we'll get done by then, by 4 p.m. I'll have a move. I'll move. Deputy Chair, would you like to second? All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Now we have attendance by electronic link. We have Councillor Ferry, standing order 3.3.3b, which we obviously know she is still recovering from her accident. Councillor Newman cannot be here for 3.3.3a, and Councillor Walker is 3.3.3b. I'm happy to, Councillor Sayers would like to move. Councillor Foley would like to second. All those in favour? Any opposed? Awesome. Right, so we'll just wait for those links to be sent out. Cool, and I'm sure those councillors will be joining any moment. Are there any declarations of interest? Are there any petitions? We had 2 requests, but they were withdrawn. Public input requests, but they were withdrawn. They withdrew them themselves, sorry. Local board input, there is none. Extraordinary items, there is none. And then we move quickly to, welcome, no lateness now. We will go to item number 7. Now, I'll just, how this is going to work is I'll give a brief opening. The Mayor will potentially add to it a little bit, and then we'll go to the staff. So just, we're at the, I guess is it the beginning of the start or the beginning of the end, or I'm not sure, but today's decision is comes after quite a long period of work by all of us and staff and community. We obviously last term had Plan Change 78. I won't go into all the details of that, but of course we had the MDRS and the MPSUD brought to us by the last government and the opposition at the time. That was currently going through the hearings process, and then sadly we had our January 2023 floods. I think about 8 days later we brought some recommendations to this committee to address our qualifying matters. Obviously there was a lot of concern. There was 10,000 homes flooded across Auckland, and I think looking at the facts this week was well over 10,000 slips. So we wanted to address our qualifying matters, check that what we were doing around floodplains and hazards was correct. We wrote to the government. They gave us a delay period. They also believed that we could downzone. We told them we could not under the law. Then the government changed. We wrote to that government. I think we are with Minister Bishop on our 4th minister, I think. And once again, there was some confusion that we could do downzoning and hazards planning under the current rules, which we could not. So we finally got an understanding from the ministry and the minister that we could not do what they thought we could do. And we had hoped we would have legislation much earlier, so the speed that I know many of us around this table in the community are not happy with, but we assumed we would get legislation maybe May or June. But unfortunately that has come at August, which means we do have to make this decision before the election if we want to remove Plan Change 78. It is going to be a little confusing because this is a choice between Plan Change 78 and the new Plan Change, but of course the new Plan Change will technically replace the unitary plan rules and requirements. So that is why it's a little bit confusing to the public, that the operative plan is currently unitary plan, but we have the Plan Change 78 currently in a process that if we do not remove it, will continue on in normal hearings process with the MDRS protected forever and no hazards. And also, I forgot to mention, the light rail corridor will be left blank and we'll have to do several plan changes on top of finishing Plan Change 78. So the decisions today are very clear. This is not the final decision. This is about sending it out to local boards, mana whenua, for them to give feedback, and then before the election we will need to make a decision to notify. That will then go out to the public for submissions. Then there, as far as we know from the Minister and the Ministry, there will be hearings on that, but that's up to the Minister. We assume there would be. And then it'll come back to the next council to essentially approve those findings once the independent commissioners have made a decision. So it is very confusing, but I think people need to remember and understand. You will have seen the maps in the last few days. There is a lot of upzoning, obviously, around transport because the requirements on us by removing the MDRS and downzoning for hazards mean we have to find that capacity somewhere else. We don't have a choice. It's in the legislation. But the things that will be surprising to some is there's now single house, 2-story zoning, there's zoning and hazards, coastal areas that we could not legally do under Plan Change 78. There is no possibility to have this 2-story zoning anywhere else. So you're going to have to continue looking around the maps. There may be mistakes, which I've got to, when we get to it, I have a clause in there to make sure that those mistakes will be reported to the local boards if they're fixed. But I know it's complex, but we have had 9 workshops on this, plus the 7 workshops on hazards. So I think it's 16 workshops altogether, plus plenty of opportunities for councillors to work with staff, look at maps. We'll go to the staff. I think the Mayor would like to add a little bit before we go to the staff.
Oh, I'm seconding this, and I support this. This is only a step. To ask the local boards how we go. We've been to endless workshops on this, so you've had an opportunity to ask a lot. But basically, this is we do this ourselves, or we get done to us. So think about that. And we've finally got some good government relationships, but they're quite happy to do us if we don't follow this through. MDRS was done to us. That was the only time that Labor and Nats have worked together, and they got it wrong anyhow. So I don't think they'll do that again. We need to intensify to make use of the city rail link, which has cost us a lot of money. And we want to stop sprawling out the city out wide. So this makes sense. There's probably a whole lot of small bits in there that people might quibble over, but in an overall thing, makes a lot of sense. So I'm happy to second this. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Mayor. Right, we'll go to John. They're going to give a short presentation, and then we'll go to questions.
Just a question.
Let's go to Councillor.
Just one thing that you said there, Chair. You said that you think the government will allow submissions on this.
I said, sorry, there was an email that went around last night which says there'll definitely be submissions, but it's up to the government whether there's hearings. My understanding is there's definitely going to be hearings, but the way the law is written doesn't require hearings. But I would almost 99.9% assume there would be hearings. But the staff.
Well, the Mayor's just made the point of it being done to Auckland before. We don't want to be in the doing to Aucklanders without hearings. So, Megan, what's your understanding? I'm assuming, that there will be an extended period of consultation if we proceed, and there would be statutory hearings.
Through the Chair, I agree with you. What the law says, though, is that the Minister gets to make those decisions, and he could make a decision not to have hearings. I don't think that is going to be the case, but because I'm not the decision maker, I cannot be absolutely confident of that. But I don't think that will be the case.
Yeah, that is my understanding in our conversations and staff's conversations with the Ministry and the Minister, that there will be hearings, but the way the law is written, that is left up to the Minister.
Chair, I circulated a number of emails last night, and I was going to deal with these matters under questions, and I have received some of the replies from Megan, which I will do a deep dive into shortly. But what I would really appreciate in the presentation, before we get to the questions, so officers can be thinking about it, we do need to have the confidence in being able to say to our constituents that there will be hearings. Is there a way that you could give some, in the recommendations today, or the Chair's recommendations, that there be a caveat around the importance and that the support for this solely based on the fact that there will be proper consultation?
Yeah, I've asked you this morning if we can get confirmation from anyone in the ministry or today, like during this meeting. But remember, our final decision is not till September, so we've got the time to make sure. But my assumption, all I've heard is there will be, but I didn't actually realise there was this caveat that there might not be. But we will make it clear in our submissions today, requesting a concrete answer from the minister before our next decision. There will definitely be hearings, or as soon as possible, really.
I guess I was going further in terms of our support for this being subject to.
We won't be able to do subject tos.
No, I'm trying to think of words on the hoof, but that was why, as a courtesy, I was sending my questions to you prior to this meeting, because I really wanted to establish this, but we can deal with it when the appropriate time.
Thank you. We're going to, sorry, Councillor Watson, and then we'll go to the presentation because some of these might be answered during the...
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and it relates to the questions that were just being asked then. The Minister was on a TV show recently, and he was quoted when pushed 3 times. He said, it will be up to the communities to decide what happens with these plans. I don't know if anyone saw that interview. He said it 3 times. Could someone please just clarify, because obviously there's members of the public listening to that, what does he mean by that, given that now we seem to even be raising the question of, the possibility of hearings, maybe not, it'll be up to him. Is anyone able to just clarify that? Because that's certainly what people would have heard repeated.
I don't think anyone can speak for the Minister, but my understanding is that he expects everyone will be able to submit on this, for, against, different ideas, whatever, like the last plan change. And my assumption or thought that would be hearings, and that's still my assumption, but we will, if I have to walk out of this meeting and ring him direct, I'm happy to do that, because until last night it was my concrete assumption there'd be hearings. I don't think this is any sort of sleight of hand by anyone, but we do need to make sure. Councillor Lee.
May I ask what is the legal basis in regard to the consultation referred to in the recommendation, namely ministries, adjoining councils, iwi, and to hear the views of local boards? What is the legal basis for that?
Cool. So we might just go to the presentation, Councillor Lee, and then ask those questions after the presentation, because some of that will be discussed.
I am concerned that I think I know the answer, and I have concerns about that. But what I am really concerned about is the Local Government Act requirements, principles of consultation. And I'm deeply concerned that people who have spent years working on Plan Change 78 are not to be consulted at all about this. And I think this is deeply unfair
Councillor,
to those people.
Yeah, that's incorrect. So there's going to be notification and submissions. We will just make sure there's going to be hearings. We just need...
I'm talking about this, what we are deciding today, Mr. Chair.
And that's been made clear through all the workshops and everything. So we'll just go now to John for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. So I think the first couple of slides you've covered off, Chair, so we may be able to skip through them fairly swiftly. But the purpose of the report, I think as you all know, is to seek endorsement of a draft replacement plan change for the explicit purpose of consulting with mana whenua, statutory authorities, and seeking the views of local boards. They are legal requirements on the council. Without that step in place, it would be very problematic to consider whether to withdraw or not Plan Change 78 next month. The other purpose of the report is just for the committee to note some of the key differences between the draft replacement plan change and Plan Change 78, because essentially that's what this is all about. It's about trying to produce a better plan than Plan Change 78. And I'm having a bit of trouble with the clicker, so it may be... All right. As already discussed by the Chair, the significant weather events were a key driver for the Council to ask for this opportunity to potentially have a different pathway to Plan Change 78. So, no, we've lost the slides, but so there was the significant weather events, and also there was a real feeling around the Council table here, both this term and last, that aspects of Plan Change 78 were overly constraining and quite problematic. And one of the most significant ones of all was the inability to deal with flooding and hazards adequately. But there were other aspects of Plan Change 78 that were seen as problematic, and that was mainly having the 3-storey medium density housing right to the urban edge as the baseline zoning for residential areas. You could only have that or higher density. You couldn't have anything lower unless there was an exceptionally good reason. So those were two fundamental reasons why around this council table there was a resolution to engage with the government around a different pathway for Auckland to Plan Change 78. I now have to wait for the slides to come up.
We're just rebooting. The team were in here checking this all before, early this morning. So. Just say next slide, John, and we'll just move it here. It seems to be.
It's on, but not shifting them. Okay, right. So, slight delay. Let's pick up the momentum again. So, RMA changes. So, off the back of the advocacy, we have a new, amendments to the RMA. Those amendments dealt with not just the Auckland issue, but other issues that the government was progressing. But through that change to the RMA that's been, I think, well over a year since it was first put out as a bill, it's finally received royal assent. So it became law 2 days ago, I think? Yesterday. So it's literally, the ink is just drying as we speak on this legislation that would enable the council to, if it chose to, withdraw Plan Change 78 and replace it. So that advocacy has resulted in amendments that would allow a replacement that could properly address natural hazards, that would give the council the opportunity to put some of the intensification in better locations to Plan Change 78. But the quid pro quo really, and it's an absolute bottom line in the legislation, no flexibility whatsoever, is that whatever replaces Plan Change 78 must allow for the same or more capacity for development. Not just housing, but primarily housing as Plan Change 78. And that is a huge ask, because Plan Change 78 was more than doubling the capacity for housing in the residential parts of Auckland alone, let alone the rest of the region. So that is a lot of development capacity, a lot of height and density to make up for any reductions in the 3-storey medium density, as the Chair has mentioned, or addressing hazards. So that's the draft plan change that you've been giving us guidance on through the workshops. That's the draft replacement plan change that's on the agenda today. The consultation requirements that I mentioned, those legal requirements for any plan change, remain the same. For Auckland, it's the local board views. It's a fundamental requirement before making a decision on a matter such as this. Iwi authorities, or mana whenua, and a list of statutory authorities, mainly Ministry of Education, Ministry for the Environment, Ministry of Conservation, Department of Conservation, and a few others. And so, mustn't forget the adjacent councils, to the extent that anything affects a neighbouring council. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on consultation and timing, because I think that's really a critical thing for today's discussion, because we're not recommending that you approve a plan for notification here. We're just recommending that you endorse a draft to enable the consultation. So those consultation results, in the very narrow window of opportunity that we've been given by the government for this to occur, will be brought back to the committee in September. Consultation with mana whenua, absolutely critical part of any big council project, and in particular anything under the Resource Management Act. And the expression of local board views and preferences is in the Local Government Auckland Council Act. And just the point there that those local board views probably are amplified because of the time frame that we have does not allow for general public consultation at this stage. It would only be if the committee decides to approve the plan for notification that the public would be able to help shape this plan. Normally, with something this significant, we would have had an opportunity to engage with the public more widely. But that's the time frame we're working to. So just again, this is really probably repeating what I've said. Normally, in developing a plan of this nature, the committee would be asked to make decisions along the way, sort of endorse certain key aspects of a plan like this before bringing a draft. There hasn't been the time for that, and the reason is there was no legislation to really allow this plan to exist. So as staff, we couldn't bring a plan to you off the back of workshops and say, committee, we recommend that you endorse this approach to walkable catchments, or that approach to character areas, or whatever it might be, because the legislation simply didn't allow it. So we're dealing with not a normal process here at all. And normally there would be a draft endorsed for public engagement, but that's not possible because there hasn't been the power. So, but really right now, and that's the key important point here, is that legally there is an opportunity for the council next month to consider to withdraw and potentially replace Plan Change 78, but only if you have that engagement with local boards and iwi and so on, and that's why we're bringing a draft to you today. I think we'll skip over this. It's really just repeating the same things. So a number of councillors and others have asked about the timeline. I think the timeline is really important here, given how compressed it is with the delays in the parliamentary process to bring this legislation to fruition. So here we are, 21st of August, where you're being asked to consider endorsing a draft in order for that engagement to take place. That engagement will take place between today and the 5th of August if the recommendations are accepted from the report. Sorry, 5th of September. There would be a couple of workshops with the committee to start sort of theming up some of that feedback from iwi, any government agencies, local boards and adjacent councils in those workshops. And then we would be bringing back as officers a report to you on the 24th of September to this committee to make a decision on whether to continue with 78 or withdraw 78 and replace it with a notified plan change that would then go out for public submissions, as you've just heard before, and off to an independent panel to consider those submissions. So regardless of which pathway the committee chooses in September, just an early heads up, the council will need to work with the Minister for Resource Management Reform on timeframes, whether it's continuing with 78 or this alternative replacement plan change. The Minister will... Sorry, we just skipped forward. Can we go back? Thanks. The Minister will issue directions to the Council and to the Independent Hearings Panel, whether that's the Plan Change 78 panel or a panel for this replacement plan change. The panel, whichever panel it might be, will hear submissions, Council's evidence and make recommendations. The Council will make decisions ultimately next year, most likely, either pathway, and then ultimately the plan will become operative. Now, there are some detailed differences in the process between a 78 continuation and a withdraw and replace option, but at a high level, those steps are common to both. Next slide, please. So moving in away from process and into content. As you've heard in the workshops, in order to make up that lost capacity from reducing the potential for development in some of the hazard areas through some potential changes in zoning, what we call down zoning, which might be taking it from a 3-storey medium density zoning to a 2-storey lower density zone. That's a loss of housing capacity. So in making that up, we've had to look for other locations. Opting out of the medium density residential standards, so that's the 3-storey, 3 dwellings per site as of right standards. Once you start improving those standards even a little bit, even just having slightly more separation between one property and the next, when that goes into a model of the capacity across many tens of thousands of properties, there is a loss of capacity, even in allowing 3 stories on many sites. By changing the rules a little bit in terms of getting a little bit less development on each site with improved standards, because there are things about MDRS that council has always had an issue with, there's a loss in capacity, and you multiply that over the whole region and it's a big loss of capacity. So to make up for that capacity, as you've heard in the workshops, we're focused in on the walkable catchments. That's around the rapid transit stops, the 10 metropolitan centres and the city centre. That's still a requirement, whether it's under Plan Change 78 or any replacement, it's still a government requirement that in those walkable catchments, the council must allow at least 6 stories. The government has also recently announced, and through this legislation, that 5 of the walkable catchments on the Western Rail line must allow for more than 6 stories. 3 of them, 15 stories, and 2 of them, 10 stories. So that's a bottom line requirement for any replacement plan change. But over and above that, as you've heard in the workshops, there are a number of other walkable catchments where this draft replacement plan change allows for 10 and 15-storey buildings to make up that lost capacity from opting out of the MDRS and dealing with hazards. But in doing that alone, we weren't able to achieve the lost capacity. There was still a significant shortfall. So we've looked at the council's own growth strategy, which has always talked, as legacy councils also talked about, using the frequent transport corridors, the bus routes, not just the rail corridors and the busway, but frequent bus corridors for some additional level intensification. So along those corridors, along 24 of the frequent bus transit corridors, there is also a proposal to allow for 6-storey residential apartment buildings. Some segments of those corridors already allow for 6 stories or more in the unitary plan, but this is filling in some of the gaps along those corridors. Change in the residential zoning proportions, that's really, apologies for that, but it's a little bit of jargon for there is less mixed housing urban, the 3 stories, and there is more mixed story suburban or single house 2 stories. So there is a shift away from the 3-story medium density everywhere towards some lower density, but also the higher density and the walkable catchments and the corridors. So overall, there's a shift in the balance of where the development could take place. Qualifying matters you've heard about before, that's in the RMA. For this plan change or plan change 78, the council is able to have lower heights than the 6 stories in the walkable catchments, or 10 stories and 15 in the 5 that the legislation now refers to, if there is a really good qualifying reason. And so things like the Maunga view shafts, the council has always put forward a number of those as qualifying matters. Hazards themselves would have to be a qualifying matter, carefully identified, carefully tagged. So we put forward a new qualifying matter in the coastal environment where the walkable catchments are allowing for the 10 or the 15 stories, because that shift from residential 6 stories and a few of the walkable catchments up to the 10 and the 15 is starting to cause some issues in terms of impacts on coastal character in some sensitive coastal locations, some of the beach locations in Tamaki Makaurau. We believe that there is a reason for a qualifying matter to limit the heights back to what's currently in the unitary plan. So not allow for the additional 10, 15 stories in those areas. That's in the draft plan change. Special character, the approach to special character areas is proposed to be the same as Plan Change 78, with a couple of exceptions around the Maungawhau Station and Kingsland Station, where there is a proposed reduction, but still some retention of special character areas in those 2 walkable catchments that are now referred to in the legislation that was passed yesterday and got royal assent yesterday. And as you're well aware, there was a big slice of the city missing from Plan Change 78, and that was because of the uncertainty around the stops on the former government's light rail project. So that was left out of 78. Lawfully, that had to catch up with 78 through an amendment. So the replacement plan change does include zoning changes through the Auckland Light Rail corridor, which goes all the way from the city centre here right up to Mangere, through down Dominion Road, Balmoral, Mount Roskill, and so on. So it's a large swathe missing from 78 that is included in the draft. So the full detail of all of these changes, or more detail, not the nth degree of detail, is listed in paragraph 25 of the report. A bit more detail than on the slide here, but the absolute detail is clearly in the attachments, the draft provisions and maps. Next slide, please. So next steps. If the committee was to endorse the draft today, the consultation that I've referred to with Mana Whenua would continue on, and there would be hui to present this draft plan change to all of the Mana Whenua entities and seek their feedback through engagement. There'll be reporting to local boards, so all local boards are receiving, some have already received a report for the business meetings. They're holding extraordinary meetings over the next few weeks to consider the draft. Obviously, if the committee didn't go ahead with the draft today, then that would be a different case, but the boards are starting to receive reports with the map for their area and all of the text so that they can provide their feedback or their views to the committee next month. As staff, we're continuing to refine and improve the text and the maps. We're already identifying a few, I guess we'll call them errors, anomalies, as just the pace we're moving and the complexity of a plan change like this means that there are some things on your agenda that we already know need to be fixed, rectified and improved, and the Chair has mentioned he has a recommendation just to acknowledge, or a proposed resolution to just acknowledge that. So, yeah, the next steps will be to bring that feedback together, bring it to the committee in September with an evaluation of options in the normal way that we look at the pros and cons of different options. And if it was to be approved in September, it would be a plan change that would go out for submissions to all of Auckland. There would clearly be a submission period. And there would have to be there's a step where we actually have to seek or put proposals forward to the Minister in terms of things like further submissions that are a normal part of the process, the time frame for submissions, hearings and so on. So there would be a notice that would go from Council to the Minister to say, well, we as Council think that this is how the process should run, but ultimately as the Chair and Chief of, I'm going to say Chief of Strategy, sorry Megan, Director of Policy Planning and Governance, it's only been a year, Wood has already mentioned that ultimately it is a minister decision, it's not a council decision. That detail around how the hearings would take place, how long the timeframes for submissions would be, and so on, will ultimately be a minister decision. Next slide, please. So that's it in terms of our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, thank you, John. And I did ask Megan offered to ring staff at the Ministry for the Environment just now, and I have it on the record, and we'll have a noting resolution that they have confirmed there will definitely be submissions and hearings for the public. So that will be noted. We don't need to confirm it. It has been confirmed by the Ministry for the Environment that there will definitely be submissions and hearings. Thank you. So now we'll go to questions on the presentation or anything else that people would like to know. Councillor Darby.
So that's a good clarification on my question before. I'm assuming the submission period is the extended period that we're discussing. Now, we're getting into the detail, but I have no trust in what might be coming from the government. So we do need to direct this outcome here. So I am assuming that that is a 6-week submission period. We had 6 weeks on PC 78, didn't we, John?
Yeah. Through the chair, what Phil's just mentioned, we doubled the submission period from 4 weeks to 8 for Plan Change 78.
That's right, 8, yeah.
I think Unitary Plan had 8 or 12 weeks way back in 2013. When we come back to the committee in September, our thinking is that we would be putting forward some of the substance of what the council, if it decides to withdraw and replace 78, puts to the minister in terms of these matters. But we cannot give an assurance that it will be 6 weeks, because as we said, that is a minister decision. But we can, in the September report, outline the sorts of things that maybe we would seek the committee's endorsement to request of the minister.
Okay, so if you're going to put up a noting recommendation, Chair, I think it would be good to make sure that it's clear that it's an extended period of submissions. It's not the minimum. And there's a hearing, but prior to the hearing, there's further submissions as well. I want to be very clear that we're allowing further submissions. It's not just the submission period. So I'm sure you and Megan and others can work that up during the meeting. Can I just go to the second question? For me, is this period of so-called engagement with iwi, adjoining councils, government ministries, local boards, it adds up to, at best, probably 11, maybe 10 clear working days, business days. Ministries have already had this telegraph, so they're all keyed up, they've got capacity. What do we know of iwi having capacity, or local boards having capacity, or adjoining councils having capacity? And if I just touch on iwi, we've heard repeatedly from iwi not to give them short notice on things, that they've got business, they might like to look at it solidly, they might like to engage consultants to look at it on their behalf, and we're giving them, at best, 10 business days. What do we know about the capacity in these organisations to actually give us a response that adds value?
Well, we certainly know that iwi have huge capacity issues given the demands placed on iwi for feedback consultation, not just from council but from many other entities, including central government as well. So it's a huge stretch for all of the iwi, even the better resourced iwi, to engage and provide feedback. In terms of the natural hazard parts of this plan change, there have been hui with iwi over at least a year.
Even more.
Yeah, even more than a year. So I think in terms of the natural hazards part, there's been a lot of opportunity there, and council has provided capacity support for iwi in terms of the natural hazards part of it. In terms of some of the intensification matters in this, particularly qualifying matters, which are largely common between Plan Change 78 and the replacement. Again, there was quite extensive engagement with iwi in the development of Plan Change 78. So to a large extent, as the report recognises, that can be relied upon. However, the increases in the height and the walkable catchments on the corridors and so on, those fundamental changes, it is a very tight timeline. We've had one engagement so far with iwi on this potential replacement, and I think it's be fair to say it's going to be really tight. It is going to be a real challenge to get that feedback in that short time frame. Unfortunately, that's the time that we have to work with under the legislation.
So, John, what if say just iwi come back and say, look, we can't do this, we can't give this justice, we can't do justice here for our people. This is too compressed. What if 1, 2, 3 of them come back or more and say, we can't get our heads around this, you know, we don't have the time, we don't have the resource, we need this. What happens then? Because at the outset, you've emphasised the importance, the statutory responsibility this council has to consult iwi in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I don't believe it'll be the first time. I'm sure it's not the first time that the council has had to make a decision where one or more iwi entities have simply not had the capacity to really give meaningful feedback. So in your September decision making, you would have to weigh that up in your decision making on whether or not to withdraw and replace.
Thanks, Councillor.
I might just add to that through the Plan Change 78 process, there was, with support from central government, a friend of submitter service that was made available to all submitters to get to grips with the plan change and understand how to make effective submissions. So there is an option for us around that, for whether or not we actually provide that type of service, both to iwi and others.
Thanks, Councillor. And once again, we did make it very clear in our submissions and letters to the Minister last year that we needed this legislation far earlier than we got it. So, because of these issues. So, we're hard up against it. The date is what the date is, but we have made it clear we needed the legislation royal assent much earlier than what we had it. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the one-on-one the other day, Phil. To have a look, it was very valuable. Just a quick question, and just referencing attachment D, 6.3, and it's all of the precinct plans and that. Does this opportunity, or does this allow the opportunity for us to address some of those precinct plans and some of the things in there that have, since we've put them in place, have created all sorts of issues like narrow roads that emergency service vehicles and buses cannot get down in some of the new developments? Can we address some of those things within this process?
Councillor Baker, the big challenge is the time frame. I mean, there are many things in the unitary plan that we'd all probably want to improve. It'd be a matter of prioritising that, trying to get that work done in the next couple of weeks. So if elected members can identify specific issues, we can see what might be possible. So technically, legally, it is possible to include all manner of things in this plan change. Under 78, there were all sorts of things we couldn't include, but this one is broader in its scope. But it's really just the time frame that we're up against. It may be that some of these things just have to be dealt with in the full plan review or through another plan change. Of course, there will be an opportunity for submissions. It may be that that some of the landowners actually seek the opportunity to have some changes as well.
I mean, is that the sort of thing that a local board might want to give feedback on expressly within their area?
I think so. One of the challenges with local boards is, with the local board engagement, is fundamentally changing the heights and density controls. Any loss in capacity, with the capacity modelling we've done, this draft replacement plan change is pretty much bang on. There's very little headroom. So it's probably those more detailed matters that some of that local board input would be something we could more easily adjust than, say, fundamentally redrafting the plan and then having to work out, is that going to still achieve the same or more capacity? Yep.
Kia ora, Councillor. We have Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, and that's a good segue into, I've got 3 questions, one process question, a legal question, and then a sort of award specific for public record. This is just for local boards and iwi. what guidelines are we giving local boards so they don't want, this becomes a math exercise, right? So what guidelines are we giving local boards so they can't, I'm not saying they can't come back, so they don't come back with a set of resolutions for us that don't work? Yeah, well, he did write a pretty good article in the Herald this morning, so I'll let him go with that one. Do you see what I'm saying? You've just said it's really finely tuned, right? There isn't a lot of wriggle room. So are we being very clear in the brief to local boards that actually you can't just submit back, I want this down-zoned, I don't want this, unless you make it up within your ward? Or what are the guidelines we're giving local boards? Because I think that's really important. I'm just getting a whole flurry of emails like everybody else, but ward specific, and I don't want to set up unrealistic expectations. I want them to understand really clearly the mountain we have to climb here and the rules around that. Okay, so can you give us some reassurance that that will happen?
Well, through the chair, the report that's going out to local boards makes it very clear that the fundamental requirement is the same or more capacity as 78. And I think that's the clearest guidelines we can give. I don't think we need to get into any more detail than that. We simply have to say that it has to achieve the same or more. But local boards are free to express the views and preferences of their community in the way that they choose to. So I think as staff, we can't direct the local boards, as you know. We can simply say that any loss of capacity in your area is going to have to be made up somewhere else. And when it comes back to around this table here, Policy and Planning Committee, it's going to be very, very challenging if boards are coming up with lots of significant changes at this point in the process. So yeah, I think the clearest guidelines is just we need to be very conscious of the need to meet the same or more capacity as 78.
And if you want it down, you've got to say where it's going to go. Okay. The second question that's come through me, and it's a legal question. I hope we've got someone here that can answer it. And that is, it's about capacity versus infrastructure. And my understanding is, I think you guys said it in a workshop, that we've never been in a position, whether it be the Auckland Unitary Plan or Plan Change 78, to have full alignment between land use zoning and infrastructure capacity, right? Now, someone has said to me, surely that opens us or the government up to legal challenge around that. Can you answer that question and tell me whether that's a true statement or not? And
Through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. No, it doesn't open us up to legal challenge. It's just the realities of life and where we are. The capacity is enabled capacity. It doesn't make it necessarily feasible capacity, and that's why some of the numbers are so big. It's also why we have controls in the unitary plan and through the things like the future development strategy, where we can look and say, well, is there enough capacity in this area? And if not, and we do want growth there, then as a council, you will make decisions, your investment decisions, your infrastructure investments, for example, in transport or water, to increase the capacity, that's in a particular place, so that it can deal with the growth, for example, in that area. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's the typical way that we do it. There's no legal risk or issues with that.
Okay, supplementary. I think it's very hard for the people of Auckland to understand, respectfully, that they are presented with a plan that has all this upzoning when they know potentially the infrastructure capacity isn't there. So I think we do need to do, with my question, when we get to go out to both local boards and more widely to Auckland, we have to be able to frame that really clearly. Or can you please make sure that we frame that really clearly? And the answer I'm looking for is yes.
The answer is yes, Deputy Mayor. And that's where we had some of the, where you had the concerns with MDRS, for example, which was everywhere. At least this is more focused. Now, whether or not you like where the focus is, it is at least more targeted and better than what we have under Plan Change 78 in relation to MDRS.
Thank you. My final question is on special character, because there is a lot of love for special character, in our city. And apart from the CRL stations, which have been mandated around the fact that we have to have capacity there, if I look at somewhere like Remuera, but just general special character, they do remain protected, right? And is it true that they are in fact better protected under this plan than they would be under plan change, under MDRS rather?
Through the chair, it's not so much that they would be better protected under the replacement, but the test for Plan Change 78 is against MDRS. They have to be justified as to why that land is not being zoned for 3-storey medium density, whereas under the replacement, under this legislation that's just landed, unless it's in a walkable catchment, that same level of justification is not required. So I guess when those character areas are tested through submissions and the hearing, decision making, as they no doubt will be, there'll be for and against, as there always are. In a walkable catchment, same as 78. Outside of the walkable catchment, which is some of the areas in Remuera that you mentioned, the test under the legislation, the bar isn't set as high. There's still a requirement to justify them. They still have to be justified broadly in planning terms, but they're not under the same level of scrutiny as MDRS site-by-site analysis. Yeah.
Okay, so unless you're in a walkable catchment, special character areas are better protected under this plan.
They don't have the same threshold for justification, whether that's better protected or not, but they're not tested to the same degree. Yeah.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. What I worry about with the intensification, trying to give that capacity around our rail, etc., is that we've built ourselves into a corner. So I keep thinking about Glen Eden, where we've allowed 14-storey apartments right up against the rail, and now in many of the conversations we're talking about the complexity of trenching that rail, which is something that has to happen because of these buildings and their foundations and their stability right next door. So working on the fact that the private sector outperforms us 10 times over, we could end up where we have got all that infrastructure, all that built living space in a manner that is constraining us even further or bringing us much greater costs to deliver this the service to it. So, because out west, we might have the rail capacity talked about, but we're, value engineering money out of all our developments to our rail infrastructure rather than trying to get ahead of the build. What do you say about that?
What I can say is that Auckland Transport, the advice we've had is that this potential replacement with the intensification more concentrated around the rail stations and the transport corridors is far better, far more efficient and far less costly than the alternative of Plan Change 78, which is dispersing the medium density right across the region and trying to service that with transport improvements will be far trickier than dealing with it in a more focused way. Absolutely, at those higher densities with rail and trenching, those are big complex engineering projects, but they're more confined and concentrated and more efficient than trying to service the entire urban suburban area with good transport and dealing with congestion and safety issues. So given the alternative, AT's advice is that this is a far more aligned approach, or would be if the council agrees to it next month, than Plan Change 78. And that is the comparison that we have to make. We have to keep coming back to that. There is no option of going back to unitary plan or some other plan that might be better than this one. It really has to be compared to 78, and from a transport point of view, this is seen as being better, more efficient, cheaper from a transport point of view.
I think that sidestepped my question slightly, because my question was really about building ourselves into a corner by ending up with this capacity coming before we've finished the engineering that services the capacity. So in the consultation, there's going to be no way to challenge this going forward, is there? The consultation isn't going to give the public a chance to raise the question and have it answered that I've just raised, whether...
If next month the committee decided to withdraw Plan Change 78 and replace it with this alternative, the public would be able to make submissions and run arguments of problems from a transport point of view. Yeah, so the public would have that opportunity. They just wouldn't have the opportunity that we had for Plan Change 78 of giving feedback on a draft before going into submissions. But they would certainly have, as you've heard before, the opportunity to make submissions, run their arguments before an independent panel.
Okay, thank you. And just from my last understanding, you know, I've voted against the shoreline adaptation plans. There's a few issues to do with natural hazards but that's part of this. So I just, you know, that they are the things that are how does, so you're talking to us and you have done over the workshops, 16 workshops, which still fill my head with all sorts of stuff. You're talking about the natural hazard scope of planning in this just because of the way it affects your decision on capacity. Is that correct?
I think it's really important to acknowledge that other main purpose of the plan change, which is around strengthening the unitary plan's management of natural hazards, which is separate from the capacity question. Yes, there are implications of that then flow through into how we make up capacity, but one of the key limbs of this plan change is to strengthen our approach to the management of natural hazards. And so when it comes to those coastal inundation and erosion areas, yes, there is a lot stronger approach which has been sought through the Auckland-wide chapter E36 for all of the subdivision, changes of use and development occurring in those locations. So that is a very important and primary part of this plan change.
Thank you. Last question just on the back of that, from my understanding. So in one of the workshops, you stated that the making space for water and all the other stuff could affect 30% of the building capacity. Was I correct with that?
Through the chair, no, I think the 30% of building capacity was with reference to the medium density residential standards, and if choices were taken to walk away from those standards, what sort of capacity would need to be made up? The question around natural hazards is more to do with the 12,000 properties that we're looking to downzone, and we will make up that capacity, which is nowhere near 30%.
All around the rail hubs and the transport lines.
The overall capacity loss for the downzoning for natural hazards is very small compared to the medium density residential standard side of things. The locations where it's offset to, as we've heard, is primarily, yes, around those walkable catchments and corridors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thanks team. Just acknowledging the tight time frame and all the mahi going on from the team behind it, and I can see how this offers some improvements to PC 78 as you've discussed. I've got three questions, and the first is really just regarding qualifying matters, which you're going to have to do some of the heavy lifting given the short time frame. And it was good to see the Waitakere Heritage Area and the Hauraki Gulf in there again, as was in 78, and also sites of significance to mana whenua in there as qualifying matters. So that's good to see. I'm just aware of, with sites of significance, if there are some in these areas that are going to be upzoned and intensified, and the rate of scheduling isn't keeping up with the rate of intensification, what might be council's approach to try to, I guess, give effect to that duty of active protection to iwi in that sense. So these are things that are heritage that aren't scheduled but do exist, and some of them will be broadly known. So I don't know that they would have a legal basis for qualifying matters, but it's just a question in my mind. The second question is just around through this proposed plan change. You know, is there opportunity, or have you looked at opportunity for enhancing or enabling or unlocking Māori land development in terms of papakainga and treaty redress land and things like that? And then the last question is really, as we've heard from Councillor Darby, and he's correct, the timeframe's short and iwi are going to really struggle. But it is good there has been previous discussions and lead-in. So I guess the question there is how much effect or are you leaning into that previous engagement through the natural hazard and PC 78, but also iwi management plans? Is that all in scope with your team? So thank you.
So first question around sites that may be of significance to mana whenua that aren't currently scheduled. As we saw through Plan Change 78, there were submissions from some of the iwi entities raising concerns about even the MDRS, the 3 stories, and through that process we were able to develop qualifying matter to sort of keep those heights down to 2 stories to protect a couple of 2 or 3 sites in the south. So yeah, that opportunity would still be there through a submission process to, if council is increasing the heights through this plan change and causing loss of cultural values, it probably wouldn't be in scope to use this as the opportunity to identify a new site of significance to the schedule of sites of significance, but it would be an opportunity to have a different zoning approach or some other way of restricting height if it's a loss of view issue. So I guess the short answer is we may not be able to fully address some of those increased risks to some of those sites, but there would be an opportunity to dial back some of the height or density or other things without going straight into a scheduling. I think straight into a scheduling would be probably out of scope unless we could do it in the next couple of weeks. So some opportunity there. And even over the engagement over the next couple of weeks, could we adjust some of the zoning to reduce some of those impacts? Yes, if we get that engagement with mana whenua going really well. Well, I'll jump to the third one, and then I'll come back to the second one because I've forgotten the second one. The third one was around Māori land development. Oh, no, it was the second one, Māori land development opportunities. I'm not aware of us specifically looking to do that or have done it in this time frame. I could be wrong. Some of the team maybe have had some insights around that, but yeah, I don't believe we've actually had the time to look at those opportunities. It would be more by default, you know, if there is some land proposed to be upzoned in this replacement that happens to be treaty settlement land, then that would have, yeah. But again, through the next couple of weeks, that's that very tight opportunity to maybe see whether we can bring back something to the committee in September. Then there was the one around, I think, just the, sorry, remind me again.
Yeah, my last question was just given the time frame, presumably you're looking at previous engagement and iwi management plans and things like that to support making sure you're informed.
Yep, absolutely. That's what we're doing. We're relying on that previous engagement and any iwi documents that we are well aware of. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I have been endeavouring to take your advice in providing questions in advance. And to that end, it really has been driven home to me the enormous amount of time our staff have been putting into this and the hours that have been required of them. If I think back to Geoffrey Palmer, he used to talk about when there was a debate about whether we needed an upper house or not, the fastest lawmaking in the West. And this is the most extraordinarily compressed time I have ever seen. And it feels a little bit, you know, it's a negotiation in part to now, but it's like playing a game of poker with a stacked deck. So I want, in asking these questions, for them not to be seen as an interrogation of the staff, because I am very respectful of the work that you have put into this and the expectations from you. And I can see where you have woven into it those things that we have been upset about for a long time, the mixed density, the hazards, particularly for areas like Albert Eden and Puketapapa that have been savagely hit by floods and so forth. So my question to Megan last night and the response that has been provided in writing, and that was, will this follow the usual process of submissions followed by further submissions and the full rights of appeal to the Environment Court, or this is intended to be fast-tracked with appeals limited to points of law only? In your reply to me, Megan, it now seems that the chair has superseded your reply. Can you speak to that very specifically? Because as you know, there are some 45,000 people who were previously in the light rail corridor who have had no rights up until now in terms of property rights to express their view. That's across, it's not just my ward, it's across 6 local board areas, and that's 45,000 people that haven't had a say. Could you just explain for them, because I think they have a right to understand exactly from what the chair has ascertained from the Ministry for the Environment, what this now means?
Thank you. That's a really clear question. Through the chair, so should the committee agree to withdraw Plan Change 78 and notify this replacement plan change next month, once we've heard from local boards and iwi, then those properties in the Auckland Light Rail Corridor, which was carved out under Plan Change 78, will be included, and you've seen the maps, or you could look at the maps if you haven't. And so based on the advice we've got this morning, there will be a hearing process. There will certainly be submissions, no question, and Councillor Darby has raised the question of, extended timeframes, so we'll no doubt deal with that in an amendment that you can talk to. So there will definitely be submissions, and there will be hearings. I don't have clarity of exactly all of the timeframes and processes there, but those things will occur. So that is an update to my advice to you last night. Is that I've said there will definitely be submissions and there will be hearings. And so that is their opportunity to get involved in the process and give their views about what's happening in the Light Rail Corridor and anywhere else that they want to choose.
So my second question, and by the way, I want to thank the officers very kindly for the case study that they have sent us on Singapore, the master planning, and how intensification can be done well. And I think it follows on from the questions being put by Councillor Baker. But you haven't had the time to do any of that master planning. So the second question is around what I think is the dead rat in this, and that is the yield of 2 million plus. Could you explain to me, on the 2 million, with current population rates, would that be a 100-year supply, a 150-year supply, or a 200-year supply?
Through the chair, so there's 2 different ways to look at, I won't use the term supply, Councillor Fletcher, because supply would be the market actually delivering homes is probably a better way to look at supply. The plan enables, so it's enabled capacity, but so there's the theoretically enabled capacity of this replacement or 78 or anything else is well beyond 30 years, whether it's 50, 70, 100, but it's certainly well beyond 30 years. We know that the 900 or so thousand in the residential areas, that capacity in the unitary plan without any changes is probably close to 30 years worth of enabled capacity. So this goes well beyond the 30 years. However, you've got to sort of layer into that how much of that will be fully infrastructure ready, how much of it will the landowners be prepared or willing or able or interested in developing it? Is the market wanting to go to that particular location? So the feasible capacity comes a lot lower. But plan enabled, if you look at it simply as what is the theoretical capacity for this plan change, all I can say is it's well in excess of 30 years.
Will officers be doing further work on drilling down into what capacity might be required?
Sorry, through the chair, if I could just add, and then John, you could answer Councillor Fletcher's question. But just in this context, you'll also know that we heard from our chief economist and others through the workshops that this question of capacity or supply is not so much, it's not so much you just want to have just enough, whatever that magic number might be, but in economic terms, the greater supply does have an impact then on pricing. And as John has said, not all land will be feasible. People may wish never to change their land. Someone might change it all the time. So it's not so much a question of hitting a target, but it is about the greater supply of land does provide more choices and does impact on the price ultimately across the region and therefore into certain locations. There will always be locations that will be more expensive and less expensive, but overall there is a pricing improvement, and that is certainly the view of the government, and that's why they and the previous government have started to move in this direction.
So thank you for that. And I do appreciate the difference between enabling and feasibility. I get that. But can you confirm to me that once the upzoning takes place, once we have been through this process, we've had the submissions, we've had all the appeals, and that occurs, the capital valuation on those properties will be based on the developable nature of those sites. So there will be some, whether it's feasible to develop them or not, there will be some potential change to rating on those properties going forward.
Through the chair, I'm just conversing with my chief executive because I'm not a rating expert, but the rating does take into account sales in an area, yes, and also the developable capacity. So it could be that in some areas, that value goes up. Remembering, of course, with rates, the pie of money doesn't necessarily increase. It's just the proportion of who pays what. So there's
No, I get
and
that.
I know you know that.
But in terms
Councillor,
of
yeah.
a factor in the establishment of capital valuations, there is a factor
Yes.
of developable capability, even though it may not be feasible because of infrastructure, which brings me to my next
Yes,
question.
that's my understanding.
So, in reply to my question to you late last night, when it comes to upzoning and infrastructure planning and water care, healthy waters, your response there, we've heard already today. I then wrote back to you around how this might align with the National Policy Statement, Part 2, the objectives and policies, and Objective 6, which says, local authority decisions on urban development that affect urban development are integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions, strategic over the medium and long term, and responsive particularly in relation to proposals that would supply significant development capabilities. So I've listened to your answers to others, but what I'm particularly concerned about, and it comes back to the feasibility issue, will we, before the important meeting next month, hear from Watercare? Will you bring Watercare in so that we can talk about wastewater issues and we can talk about what we might need to do in terms of our long-term planning and understand, as of today, what we are faced with potentially by way of challenges? Because if we are going to go out and defend what I think is a dead rat of the 2 million, and I strongly support the intensification along the CRL stations. In fact, for those who've been around a long time, and what does Elf call us? You will remember that the medium density stuff was ridiculed by people like myself in favour of wanting to get intensifications around stations because we had the CRL on the books at that stage. So I'm not opposing that, but it's the way in which you have been required to, in a very short pace of time, come up with this yield to meet some crazy objective about 2 million and the unintended consequences that might flow out of that. So are you planning to give us the ability to understand from Watercare, and remember, I'm not trying to interrogate you, I feel very sorry for you in this situation, but are you going to bring the appropriate people in so we can really understand enablement vis-a-vis feasibility and what likely might be the case?
Through the chair, I'm just also looking at John. I know we are intending to, or offering some workshops kind of between today and decision in September. I think we can certainly deal with this matter, and that could well include Watercare. So I guess I'm saying yes, Councillor Fletcher. I'm just also thinking, though, about the best way that we can help you understand this issue. So, John, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think given the interest from Councillor Fletcher and others, I think it would be really useful to have some senior people from Watercare at the workshops and potentially at the meeting in September if necessary. Because we have been working with Watercare on this plan. They're well aware of Plan Change 78 and the replacement. So I think it's best that they speak to how they would adapt and respond their planning if this plan change was to go forward versus Plan Change 78. I think under either scenario, it's going to require some adjustments to their planning in the longer term. I'll just point out that Watercare doesn't just look at, as with valuers, the zoning and the potential. They do track and respond as the market and as houses are being delivered. So there's an element of, yes, these things are enabled, 2 million, that's potentially 5 million population additional. So they take that into account, but they very much track where the development is occurring over time. So there's but I think it's best they come to the workshop and really explain their perspective.
Chair, I, along with others, are being inundated with maps that may have incorrect information, Burnley Terrace, whether parts of it show as a fab vis-a-vis the character overlay. I mean, there's a plethora of stuff coming through. I just want the assurance that we'll be able to take those individually and actually have those corrected. I have a lot of other questions, but I don't want to monopolise the time. If time permits later, I'd like to ask some further questions.
No, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And I had already put this morning the C, which will include changes. So my understanding, when there's a heritage overlay, it would be put to the original. There's no change, is that correct?
Historic heritage areas. Historic heritage areas do not relate to zoning. The special character does. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And on the Watercare issue, remember when we were talking about capacity, and I know you know this, Councillor, but we're not choosing whether to go to the 2 million or not. We are choosing which plan. Both have the 2 million. One has it spread right across. The other has more defined. So Watercare had come to one of our workshops, and I think Healthy Waters too, around actually the MDRS is harder for them to plan, harder for them to know where infrastructure is going to go. Having it more defined might change that, but we don't get to choose the capacity. And the other thing, I think Gary was nodding away, that for those, I know Councillor Fletcher knows this, but for others listening, the capacity is if every single property was maximised to its greatest amount across Auckland, which we know is not possible. But if every single person who was in a 6-storey zone built to 6 stories, that would be part of the 2 million. We never expect that to happen, but so just making sure that people understand that the 2 million number is everything at the maximum.
So, Chair, on that, the question that I posed about the National Policy Statement, you've been in negotiations with the Ministry for the Environment, we haven't. Is there a suggestion then that the government is looking to withdraw the National Policy Statement with regards to Objective 6?
How do you, just so I can understand, how do you see Objective 6 at odds with? Because that was all.
I'll just read it to you again. Local authority decisions on urban development that affect urban development are integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions. I don't see that being reconciled right at the moment, but I'm happy to continue to work with officers on that. But I was just asking, in your negotiations, with the Ministry for the Environment, with the Minister, which some of us have not been privy to, has there been a suggestion that they will be withdrawing the national policy statement?
No, so they believe that it's up to us and to fund, and we have obviously pushed back to them and said, if you're going to do levies, we need to know. But of course, our qualifying matters and the water care constraints maps and all sit across this. So we're being clear, there will be constraints on development where the qualifying matters already show that, and that's under PC 78 and this. We've actually been able to now zone in some areas where it makes less sense with the infrastructure, as John said around transport, that actually we are putting the increases where the infrastructure is.
Chair, look, I appreciate that, and I welcome the changes around the medium density stuff. I genuinely do, and certainly on the hazards, but I'm still trying to understand what our obligations, even once we get past that, might be going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Got a number of questions, and before I begin, just thanks for all your hard work. It's a constrained time frame, and also admit to borrowing heavily from the excellent coverage of Greater Auckland on this morning. It was a really great summary of various aspects of this. So, referring to the blanket downzoning to anywhere 100 metres from the coastline, I just want to get a sense of that, because I've been told that it's about natural hazards, but today I'm hearing it's about coastal character. So which is it?
Through the Chair, so the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement stands as one of the options that can be chosen as a qualifying matter without the need to do a site-by-site justification. And within the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is reference to the coastal environment. Work is going on to actually look at the defining of that coastal environment line across the region as part of looking towards the review of the unitary plan. But as a staging post, we're actually looking at a coastal character protection area. It's set at 100 metres as a proxy for where that boundary may well be. But we've applied it only with respect to the policy 3 locations. So where you've got a walkable catchment relative to a metropolitan centre or a rapid transit network stop, or a policy 3D area relative to a town or local centre. So it's a position which has been taken, looking to that opportunity for it to sit as a qualifying matter protected by the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. It is separate from the natural hazard approach. So the natural hazard approach relates to those lines which are the coastal erosion and inundation lines on the maps, and the approach varies across the coastline depending upon the rock strata that the coastline's got.
Okay, that's really interesting. Sorry, there's a follow-up. I've got a number of cues, but in terms of, so this is coastal character as opposed to hazard. Was this contemplated before this process? I've not really heard much about coastal character in this multi-year process before until recently.
Yes, so, and we do have to go back some time on this particular matter. So back in 2012, we looked at this as part of the preparation of the unitary plan for notification, but at that time the work wasn't able to be advanced in time for that. Through the hearings on the unitary plan, it was raised as an issue. It's one of those things that we've turned our attention to as staff and started to investigate, but the trajectory of this plan change is too fast relative to the work being fully completed. So as I said, we've taken a staging position of the locations which, due to their intensification opportunities, could create issues against the character or coastal environment values that the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement seeks for us to have.
Just last one on this particular point. Why 100 metres? I mean, places like Gold Coast would fail that.
Sorry, and I'll just add one point that John reminded me of, which when we do look at those locations of where it, and it has kept the operative plan zoning for a start, and the number of sites which fall into this category is relatively small. We're talking about 1,200 properties across the region. Now, my apologies, I had John in my ear while you were asking the question.
Sorry, it was a little churlish, but I just pointed out, 100 metres, why is that the dividing line? I mean, Gold Coast has apartments right on the beach, for example. Why 100 metres?
Yeah, we don't have the landscape experts here, but it's interesting you mentioned Gold Coast, and often Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast are compared with one another. So I guess this is a proposal that's more aligned to the sort of Noosa Sunshine Coast as opposed to the Surfers Paradise It is a very interesting point that you raised there. So yes, it does have elements of, in places like Takapuna Beach, taking more of a sensitive approach to the coastline, keeping things at the lower height and stepping back, as opposed to allowing the sort of 10, 15 stories right down to the beach. That's probably the most sensitive area in this replacement plan change. That is the one that the proposal is to hold the line. It's not taking away any of the potential under the unitary plan at present, but it's moderating the sort of up to 10, 15 stories in that location. So it's in the replacement plan change. Be interesting to hear what the local boards and others think of it.
Okay, cool. I'll move on from that, sorry. Got questions about the height in relation to boundary plane and setback rules. Now, prefacing that I'm not a planner, I was a lawyer, but I'm not so good on the detail. Maybe you'll help me out here. But it's been said that these particular rules will essentially defeat the ability to actually physically build 10 to 15 story buildings on the sites that we're permitting as part of this. What would you say to that?
What I would say is that we are looking to integrate very high density, relatively high density, 10 and 15 stories, into very low density suburbs. And in doing so, the replacement plan change takes an approach of having some sensitivity to that by the upper levels, beyond 5, 6 stories, having a little bit of a setback for those upper levels. So yes, the draft replacement plan change does not allow 10 stories on every property right to the boundary, straight up, a la Hobson Street, or other inner city locations. It does take a slightly more sensitive approach to allow some light in the area between buildings. If the alternative was taken, we would be having a plan change that allows wall of 10, 15 story buildings potentially in these low density residential suburbs. So I think it's all about context, really. Absolutely, if this was, if these were streets that were all very urbanised, light industrial areas and so on, but we're talking many hundreds, if not thousands of residential streets, that that level of intensification, that level of 10 stories, 15 right to the boundary is something as staff we're not recommending that. So yes, you would have to amalgamate 2 or 3 properties to get that little bit of a setback at those upper levels. We think the overall impact on yield capacity, even in these prime locations, is justified.
Okay. So just last one on this point. So I'm just sort of trying to parse that for the interested residents there. Do you accept that what we're zoning here, we're not actually expecting it to be achieved on some sites because of the height to boundary and the setbacks? Like it's not economic to be amalgamating all these sites to actually achieve what we're zoning to achieve. Would that be fair?
I think in many cases it would be economic, and in others it may not.
That's cool. Sorry, just moving on.
But just to be clear, the 6 stories is enabled almost right up to the boundary. That is a very significant shift with very significant impacts, and that is enabled. It's the 10 and the 15 stories on a 400 or even a 600-800 metre section that the upper levels would just have to be set back a bit. So again, it's a very modest yield in my view, and our view, impact relative to trying to achieve intensification at that level of density, widespread across many walkable catchments.
Thank you, appreciate that. I've got 2 more on special character and then 1 more after that. Apologies if this is unfair, because I should have asked this in advance, but if you do have it to hand, do you have any information of how much of Ponsonby is protected by special character area?
So
if you don't, that's fine. Yeah, I should have asked it earlier. Sorry about that. You said earlier in an answer to a different question on SCA, it's not tested to the same degree. Could you just go into a little bit more detail on what that means?
I think you're Councillor Henderson, you're talking about the special character areas that are not in a walkable catchment now. The difference between the test between them having an underlying zone of MDRS and them having a normal test.
Thanks for translating that, Chair. I've got a few questions.
And maybe talking about the difference between the test of a special character area in say, Kingsland.
Yeah, thanks.
So within a walkable catchment, something like a special character area would have to be evaluated on a site-by-site, property-by-property basis in terms of what is the value that the council is looking to protect and what is the loss in terms of the economic loss and the loss in terms of housing potential. Once you're outside of the walk-or catchments, under a replacement plan change scenario, the test is the normal test for any plan change under the RMA, which is the Section 32 test around options, costs and benefits more broadly. So what the Plan Change 78 was required to do was an extra level of analysis and justification for any special character area. What the replacement plan change under the new legislation would have to do is the same if it's in a walk-or catchment, but outside of the walk-or catchments, the test is cost benefits more broadly under Section 32 of the RMA.
Thanks. This is my last one, and again, just thanks for all your hard work and all the many workshops that we've done as well. New Lynn is permitted for only 10 stories, I understand. Henderson is 15. Is there any understanding of what's the difference there?
Unfortunately, we don't have our expert on the walk-or catchments here, but Christopher might have an answer to that. Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. So our colleague Ryan is not here today. Will be the best person to answer. Basically, all the RTN stations were ranked according to a set of criteria regarding their accessibility and the value of the services that are at each station. And the 10 and 15 stories were allocated to the best stations in sequence, and Newland was the next one that would have been allocated to 15, but to do that there was another sort of 6 stations that have the same ranking. So you know, it was just the next one below the cut-off point. Is basically a simple way of explaining it.
It's a bit of a shame given there's already a tower that's really revitalising that town centre, I believe. Wonder what we can do about that in future. But look, thank you for all these answers. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. And I guess clarification from staff, the pink parts that are already zoned, those heights aren't reduced to 15. So just make that clear for Councillor Henderson.
Yeah. So the Metro Centre of New Lynn is well beyond 15 stories even. I think it's up at about close, yeah, in terms of the zoning, yeah. But you're talking the residential catchment, and yet the proposal is 10, but it may be through the local board feedback and more analysis between now and September, we can look at that sort of thing.
Thanks, appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. So that actually segues really nicely to my first question, and sorry, but I have got a few. So what's the ability of us in that September 11th vote to be able to make much change on a street-by-street level? Because my understanding from the workshop discussions we've had and the pace of this is that basically we have to, any capacity taken out has to be added in somewhere else. And so it's going to be potentially quite difficult to say at the September 11th vote, okay, let's put this street up and that street down and so on and so forth. And I think there was a comment at one point about it taking potentially quite some time for the computers to run the modelling on the capacity and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure we're not setting up an unrealistic expectation for people for that September 11th vote. So can you give me a sense, please, of what the ability is going to be for us to have the analysis we need for the 11th September for street-by-street changes? Or is that something that we should be encouraging people to put into the process after notification?
Thank you, through the chair. In the next couple of weeks, we'll have the next capacity run of the maps. So the capacity figure we have to date is based on the June maps. We're doing the capacity analysis. It takes about a month, 3 or 4 weeks to do the capacity model. Yeah. So by the time of workshops in September, before the meeting, we will have results in terms of where we're at. But the back of the envelope calculations are that we're there, but there's not much headroom. So that brings me to your key question, really, is can through this round of consultation engagement realistically significant changes be made? No. They would really have to be fairly modest, so that on the back of the envelope calculation we can say, you know, there's enough headroom to safely accept that zoning change, but anything more substantial, it would have to be through the submissions process that the community could get involved in seeking more significant changes. Again, the same requirements would apply, but there would be more time to look at the unders and overs from any height or zoning changes.
Okay, so I guess it's really important in terms of how we frame this up for those limited parties that are able to take part in the consultation before the 11 September vote. And I guess I'm thinking about how we best frame this for them, because if we have, let's cut off Waiheke and Barrier, no offence to them, but they're probably not going to be giving stuff for their area. But say we have 19 local boards, 19 potentially iwi, say 5 or 6 ministries, and then I think we've probably got 2 or 3 adjourning councils. If all of them are putting in what they perceive as small enough changes, will we have the ability to synthesise that for that 11th September vote?
As officers, we'll do our best to do some synthesis, but I think it's pretty clear that this process is not ideal from a time frame point of view. As the Chair has mentioned, ideally we would have had the ability to have these conversations with local boards, mana whenua and others, at least 4, 5, 6 months ago. That's not the situation. So lawfully there is an opportunity now to withdraw and replace, but the time frame for the engagement is so limited that those sort of significant changes, we simply wouldn't be able to make anything significant. So the staff, as you know, we'll do our best, but it's going to be a huge challenge. Yep.
Yeah, and look, I want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. You know, no shade on you guys for this at all. This is the time frame that's been imposed and the time frame we have to work to. I'm just wanting to get some clarity so that we can manage people's expectations. I think it would be really unhelpful, I think, for the public to, you know, sort of feel that they can send through, okay, this street and this property and that property to their local boards and expect their local boards to potentially be able to influence our vote on the 11th of September, given the nature of this. So I just want to get that clear. So in that case, is it better if what we're putting to the limited consultation parties is to sort of say to them, look, we're looking for some broad comment from you that looks at, do you prefer that we continue with Plan Change 78 with MDRS, or do you prefer that we look at that we proceed with the draft replacement plan change? Is that probably more what we should be framing the feedback opportunity as?
Through the Chair, I think that's a reasonable way to frame it. The local board report does start with requesting that the local board provides its views on the withdrawal replace question, so 78 versus something different, and then it goes on to say any other feedback on the draft replacement. It doesn't then say within very strict parameters, but I think that's a very good point. That in engaging with local boards and others, we make it quite clear that the committee will be very challenged if people are seeking significant changes to the draft replacement. But the fundamental one around withdraw from 78 or not, I think that is a key thing to get the feedback on. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's helpful.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yep.
The other thing, and we were discussing this yesterday, Councillor Ferry, as there was feedback coming through, the other things might be, we believe you've missed a hazard, or we would like to understand how you're testing this catchment or this area we saw that was flooded and things like that. And then, you know, yesterday there was some examples where Phil brought up the actual modelling and the velocity, all sorts, and described how that was done. So I think local boards are the local experts. They might go, hey, this is a park, or this is a business centre that you forgot to put a walkable catchment on, or it's really about testing the policy, the potential mistakes that could have been brought up in the speed, but also those important, you know, this cliff actually swept away and you've still got it as XYZ. Am I right, John, and Phil, that's the type of thing you want from local boards?
Well, it's those errors, anomalies, and that local knowledge time and time again, and I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. When we engage with local boards and local communities more broadly, but just in terms of local boards, we get those little nuggets, those little insights. They see things on maps that we just don't see because there are so many land parcels on maps in such a large area, but they often spot those things and say, well, you've told us this is your approach, but it's not reflected in the maps. And so, I think there will definitely be some great insights, even just on those improvements. Yep.
Great. And that actually segues really nicely to my next question. Thanks, Chair. I swear I didn't send them to him in advance, but I did email this one yesterday. So in regard to the flooding hazards in particular, I asked some questions about this because this is the number one query I'm getting from constituents. So I understand that we've taken 3 approaches around how we've approached the flooding hazards, one of which is down zoning, one of which is not up zoning as much as we would have without the flooding hazard. And then the third one is what was explained to me in email as a more rules-based approach, which isn't reflected in the zoning. And so I think it would be really helpful if we could have some explanation of how people can tell which approach has been taken. And in particular, that third approach with the rules-based one. I've had a lot of people get in touch, particularly around the Gribblehurst depression, which is in Sandringham. And I don't want to ask you to dive into the detail of that specific area at the moment. But looking at the maps, I can guess this looks like it's had, has been downzoned. This looks like it hasn't been upzoned as much as it could be. This bit here I don't know about, but I'm hoping there's a rules-based approach to this piece. How can we make that transparent? Because people are quite worried, and I suspect that we actually have caught a lot of it, or if we haven't, it's a mistake and we will through the process. But it's really important that we offer people who've already been traumatised through the flooding some reassurance that we're not getting this wrong, or that there is going to be an effort to correct mistakes. So what's the approach going to be there about making that visible to people?
Okay, well, let's, or through the chair, let's just start with the point 3 around the consenting approach, which is proposed to be taken on this draft plan change if we go forward with it. So the first change to the way in which we manage natural hazards at the moment is an emphasis of the risk assessment step as part of the preparation of an application. And the considerations that are needed as part of that risk assessment, looking at the type of activity which is proposed, the proximity to the natural hazard, the mitigations that people are looking to do, whether or not those mitigations compound any issues beyond their site, how they deal with issues such as the emergency egress and safe refuge. So from that risk assessment comes either a situation where you find that your proposal sits as what's labelled as a significant risk, a potentially tolerable risk, or an acceptable risk. That's then taken forward to the activity table for Chapter E36, and that identifies what type of resource consent you may require. And so at one of the workshops I ran through a scenario for a site at Medill's Farm of where the risk was at a significant level and the applicant had not chosen to actually do anything with respect to mitigation of that. And that came through as a non-complying activity status. Then when the actual assessment starts to occur from the consents planner and they've got it as a non-complying activity, one of the things that they have to look at is the objectives and policies within the plan. And for Chapter E36, in those instances, we're using the avoid verb, which is the strongest of the approaches that we can be taking. So that then sets up the opportunity to recommend a decline for that application. So obviously through those processes, people often have choices for whether they look to amend their plans, and in most cases people do, to actually respect the ultimate outcome, which would be a recommendation to decline, and therefore they either take choices around withdrawing applications or they make amendments to them to be able to reduce that risk that they face. So essentially we're looking to really front load the risk assessment, front load the utilisation of experts to assist in the ability to do that. And these are often things which are called upon through the consent process anyway, but later in the process. And so we're trying to make sure people have that choice around how they buy and sell land, how they choose to use land, so that what they're looking as expectations for the use of that land are more realistic against the constraints that they face. So that's probably to point 3.
Yeah.
When we get to points 1 and 2, they relate to the way in which building platforms are assessed on those properties, and the ability to be able to site additional building platforms. And there are 2 different dimensions that are used, and they in turn drive whether it actually results in a downzoning to single house zone, or whether it is held at zones which, for instance, might be, say, a mixed housing urban zone, instead of going to a terrace housing and apartment building zone. So I can go into those sort of building platform criteria with you. The Healthy Waters GIS staff went through an exercise of actually looking at all of the depth and velocity mapping across the region to look at that very high risk area on each site to determine whether outside of those areas those building platforms could be sited. So that is a very granular approach that's been taken. And probably in summation, the thing to remember with the natural hazards approach is that the consenting process does most of the heavy lifting. So that will apply regardless of whether or not you are at the edge of a natural hazard area or whether you're right in the middle of it. And so that risk assessment approach will occur. What we've done with the zoning approach is address the worst of the worst situations, of where in terms of the reasonable use of the site, it would be unreasonable to actually do the mitigations necessary in order to be able to mitigate the risks faced with the upzoning that would otherwise be given to the property. Okay, so it's a judgment call that's been made, a policy approach that we're taking based on what we believe to be good data through the depth and velocity work, and not creating those expectations unnecessarily through the zoning itself, because we do recognise that zoning does play a role in what people think they can use land for. But I really want to emphasise that the consenting process itself does most of the heavy lifting and will need to be acknowledged by Aucklanders as part of buying and selling properties, understanding risk, and will obviously be used by a lot of other sectors as well to understand how development can occur.
Thanks, Phil. I really appreciate that. I think we need to think about how we best communicate that. There's a lot of scepticism about, you know, the perception that we have consented things since the floods that, you know, are in flood risk areas and that kind of stuff. So I think we need to think very carefully as we progress this process about how we can communicate that in non-planning talk, no offence, so that the community can understand that and have faith. I just have 2 more quick questions, hopefully, Chair, and I really appreciate that explanation, Phil. I'm going to try and pass that into non-plan language to answer some constituents, so I might come back to you by email to go, have I got this about right or not? The other 2 are about the process from here. So there was some mention before about so the submissions after notification, assuming we do notify this. There was some mention of, I think it was referred to as a friend of the submitter type process. Is that the term that was used around, that was particularly around iwi, but
yes,
is that the right term?
Yes, that is the correct term, and it was used. It is an independent service from council, which is made available in order to assist people to be able to enter into the processes of submissions on plan changes.
Great. I would be really keen that we look at how we can do that again for people. One of the things I've been thinking about with this is for example, several of the advisory panels identified housing as a really important issue for them, particularly disability and youth. And they would probably, you know, no shade on their abilities, but they would probably need a friend of the submitter type arrangement to assist them to put things in the right format. And I'm sure there would be a lot of community groups who would be in that situation too. And I'd also like us to think about, when we get to the public submission process, how local boards might be able to broker some of that as well, to be able to enable their communities to have a say in what is often quite a technical and technocratic process. So is that something that we can potentially look at? given that it's going to be independent commissioners?
Through the chair, yes. I think when we get to the workshops, we can have that conversation to understand the need and the scale of that to arrive at a decision.
Great. And then my final question was around the time frame for the public submissions. And obviously this is, we've just had confirmation this morning, and thank you, Megan, for going away and getting that there will be submissions and hearings. I would really like it if we could capture somewhere, and it might not be today, it might be the next vote, that this shouldn't happen over the Christmas break. In council, we have a practice of not doing that, but I note that we did have just after we broke for Christmas last year, we had that GE bill notified, and it closed before we reconvened, and that created some unnecessary drama for all of us. I would hate to see something like that happen with this. I know we don't set those timeframes as a council, but given that the minister will be setting the timeframes, I think it would be really helpful if we can capture that in some way. Is that a reasonable assurance to seek?
Yes, councillor. That we have 2 additional chairs recs going up. One that includes urgent conversations on essentially the timing, everything. So we've got the expectations we have that they hopefully will accept. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Chair.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. This is about enabling more capacity. And I wanted to know, we already have areas that enable more capacity, but nobody's building. So do we know the reasons why people aren't building? Is this really just going to be something on a piece of paper that doesn't really mean anything?
Population is growing, and it's the growth in population that drives the need to build. The construction sector is a bit slow at the moment, but going back a few years ago, it was going gangbusters. Our chief economist, Gary, produces a regular report with input from many others around the tracking and the rates of build and so on. So there are definitely houses still being built. We've had some peak years over the last 5 years of the most houses ever consented and built. So, I think the build there's a lot of discussion right now around, has the build gone ahead of population growth? Do we no longer have a housing crisis? That sort of thing. Gary is best to speak to those matters. But in general, the 2 million capacity, as we've said, is well beyond 30 years worth of growth. So it'll be a very, very slow take-up. Some areas will see it faster than others. It may shift from some locations to others as the market shifts. It's very hard to predict. But I guess the question around, is this, not going to achieve anything at all? I think the key benefit of the replacement is the better alignment with the public transport. That's not to say all aspects of this replacement are positive or good. In an ideal world, if we were living in that world, we wouldn't have the sort of constraints around the same or more capacity. Council would have a lot more freedom to produce a plan to deal with capacity and growth. But given the 2 alternatives, there are definitely things about this that are better in terms of aligning where the opportunities are with transport, employment, accessibility and so on.
Just through the chair, if I could just add a clarification point to John's points. Remembering, it is, as John said, the same or more capacity. So the capacity is already enabled under Plan Change 78. So there's probably not going to be too much. It'll be the same or possibly a little more. We'll work that out. But it's already there, and the market will take that up, at the right times, as John has talked about.
And can I also follow on from Councillor Baker around parking and the MDRS? So if we go this replacement plan change avenue, will we be able to have some say on kind of narrowing that scope? Because clearly developers have exploited that policy and not put in place enough parking, which is why people are parking on the road. So the public's paying for it anyway because people are using the public roads as car parks. So are we able to do that if we go down the replacement plan change?
Through the chair, Councillor Bartley, as we've advised before, the previous government removed the ability for any council to require general car parking as part of a development. So we no longer have that ability. I believe we've had signals that the current government is not particularly interested in reintroducing and letting councils have that requirement. So it is an issue. It is one where really through Auckland Transport, whatever can be done to, I guess, police, enforce some of the parking over driveways, footpaths, berms and so on. There's certainly an element there. Proactively looking at where there might be opportunities to have some consolidated parking. Yeah, I guess it's just an ongoing challenge, unfortunately.
Okay.
There's no easy fix to it.
And then the better locations, a lot of those places flood. Like a lot of our areas flood because we have less impervious surfaces, right? It's all concrete now. We've lost our green spaces to soak up the rain. So where are these? What makes a better location? I'm just looking at, now we're including the light rail route, which is Mount Roscoe, Onehunga, Mangere. They all flooded. So what is a better location?
I think broadly what we're saying is the better location for an intensification, let's call it, is around the rapid transit stations and the frequent transport network. That is better than 3-storey medium density across everywhere, well away from those transport options. So that's what we're saying is better. Better also has to be in locations that avoid flood risk areas, and so this replacement plan change puts restrictions on developing in those areas that don't exist in Plan Change 78 or the unitary plan. So through the zoning that Phil mentioned, or through stronger rules for proposing to build in floodplains. So I think that's what this replacement does offer, is the two things: better alignment with that rapid and frequent transport, and tougher restrictions on building in the flood areas. And as a package, that is better than Plan Change 78. Again, there are aspects of this replacement that are not perfect by any means, but it's got those benefits relative to 78.
And my last question, please. I'm noticing already the media stories that it's almost like people are being deprived of something. That they won't be able to subdivide or extend their properties on the cliff or in a coastal area. Is there a way that we can say, well, if you want to go ahead and do that, you are liable for that? Don't come blaming the council.
Through the chair, this complements the approach which has been going on for some time with our land information memorandum. It's the duty of care that we've got to make the public aware of the best information that we've got. And so what we're doing is ensuring across the regulatory approach under the unitary plan, together with those other approaches such as LIMS and the flood viewer, that the community come to understand what these risks are for their own decision making. When it comes to the zoning itself, we can't strip from people the rights to be able to continue to use their land for the residential purpose. It's residentially zoned, it remains residentially zoned. It's a question about the extent of additional rights that they have for what they've got at the moment. And often that will relate to the zoning, which is around whether it goes to a more enabling zoning. And the approach that we're taking is to actually look at that exposure to risk and the part that is played by the consenting process for how they may choose to actually modify their design, but in the part that is played by the zoning of what expectations they're given around additional sites that can go there. And in those locations of highest risk, we're mollifying or moderating those expectations through the zoning so that they can continue to use their land for the residential purpose, but not have expectations around additional development, which then places others at risk.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Walker, online, if you can turn your camera on, thank you.
Yep. So look, I've got some questions. A number of them relate to early questions. I've got one question that's specific to the Hibiscus Coast and in particular Whangaproa, and that's around the impact of the shift from single house to mixed housing suburban, especially on a large part of the peninsula that has severe transport constraints. Penlink doesn't help it, and it has stormwater issues, water issues, and currently issues with wastewater in terms of no ability to connect. But my particular concern is around transport and stormwater and flooding. And the real concern that a lift in intensification flies against all of the earlier plan changes over successive decades that have sought to reduce housing density on the peninsula for those reasons. Can I have a response to that? Thank you.
Councillor. I think, John, if you could start by talking about how much reduced density is now in the new plan on the peninsula compared to Plan Change 78.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand that there's a reduction in coastal areas and the like. I'm talking specifically about the Whangapara Peninsula and specifically the area certainly east of Stanmore Bay, where there are existing transport problems and Penlick doesn't solve those.
So through the chair, there is a reduction overall on the peninsula, driven mostly by flooding and coastal character issues perhaps, or other issues. So there is some mixed housing suburban 2 stories proposed in the replacement, whereas under the Plan Change 78, it was predominantly mixed housing urban 3 stories across the entire peninsula. It's something that we can pick up with Auckland Transport again. They haven't flagged up a concern with us around where this potential replacement plan change has landed for Whangaparaoa. Whether it's to do with the additional capacity for Penlink that certainly didn't exist 10, 15 years ago under previous planning, where there were constraints placed on the planning rules due to transport. But I think it's something we need to just work through with Auckland Transport, bring that back as a workshop topic with you and just explore that one further in terms of the transport issue. Councillor Walker, you mentioned the flooding issues. I think Phil Reid has covered those well, if there's anything more specific around that, but he has covered the approach, and that approach does apply in the replacement plan change to the peninsula.
Okay, if I just deal with Phil's response around flooding, as it goes to a number of areas, and I have a particular concern around Mount Eden. I pick up on Geordie Ferry's comment about the Gribblehurst depression. We have these older areas that rely on soakage. They don't have any stormwater infrastructure much to speak of. They're overlaid on rock. They have flooding now. Frankly, this approach to allow things to be addressed at the consenting stage, in my opinion, will just arrive at death by 1,000 cuts. Why aren't we looking at zoning when we've got clear evidence to deal with these issues, rather than just dealing with them on a bitsy basis?
Through the chair, zoning is a method and it is being used. It's a question about the extent to which it's used alongside the other methods through the consenting process. What we've done is look at the reasonable ability to be able to mitigate what those risks are. Obviously, people have different abilities to do that for their site, what their circumstances are, and we want to be able to give people those opportunities to find those engineering solutions where they exist. Only in the worst of the worst situations do we actually identify that it is not reasonable for them to find those solutions, and therefore we actually hold or do the downzoning. Now, whether that policy approach is right or wrong, that's the sort of feedback that we'd like to receive, and that's probably one of the things that will be tested through the hearing process.
Okay, the other question I've got goes to the issue that Councillor Fletcher raised.
Councillor Walker, sorry. Before you go down there, I just need it reconfirmed. You said east of Stanmore Bay, the whole of Gulf Harbour almost goes from 3 stories, 3 dwellings, to 2 stories MHS. Like the whole of Gulf Harbour. And then you go down to the Big Manly area, that's down to single house due to zoning on the coastal. Can John please confirm that Gulf Harbour is largely moved from completely 3 stories under Plan Change 78 to MHS 2 stories? I just need to make sure we have the facts here.
I mean, there is a significant reduction between 78 and the potential replacement in terms of the 3-storey MDRS. It looks as though it's more transport-based than coastal character, to be honest. So in applying that MHU, the 3 stories versus MHS 2 stories, it's very much linked into accessibility to transport. So the properties along the peninsula that are closer to the main road with the buses on it will have the 3 stories, and further away, in general terms, it drops down to the 2 stories. So overall, it looks like it's about a 1/3 reduction in, if not more, in 3-storey MHU along the peninsula, comparing 78 to the replacement.
Chair, do we have the maps? Like, could that map go up?
I don't think that's, I mean, if we start going into maps, we'll be here all day, but I just want to make clear, and I know many of you have worked with staff the last week on the maps, and I'm happy for, hopefully Councillor Walker can too, but I'm just making clear that...
I've got the maps from staff, Mr. Chair. I've been working with staff on that.
And your next...
Shall I ask my next question?
Yes, please.
Is there some Section 32 analysis that goes to this process that's been done?
Through the Chair, again, the pace we're moving, the Section 32s are very draft, but absolutely it's a fundamental legal requirement that there's a Section 32 analysis under the RMA for the replacement. So we are making the assumption that we're continuing on. So there is drafting probably happening today on various parts of the Section 32. Building off the Section 32 for Plan Change 78. So there are aspects of this around the qualifying matters that are consistent with Plan Change 78. So there's a bit of the Plan Change 78 Section 32 that can just be revised. But no, the big strategic parts of the Section 32 are still under development.
So they're not available. Okay, thank you very much. So I have a question that arises from Councillor Fletcher's question, and that is inevitably property values, or the value of a property, is based on the development potential of that property. In a situation where there are significant areas that are being uplifted in terms of their value, that then has an impact on affordability, has an impact on inflexibility of the supply of property, which is the opposite to what we were told earlier. I think we should have some reporting on that. It is important. In my opinion, it goes to the Section 32 analysis, but it goes to what I see as being an escalation in property values across Auckland, an impact on affordability, an impact on what I would suggest will be a lower quality of housing, as an increasing proportion of the property that's available will be attractive to possibly a developer, but not to an ordinary person looking to buy a property to live in. Have we had any analysis on this? Thank you.
Sorry.
That is a question to officers.
Yeah, I'm just not sure they understood the question.
Through the Chair, we have not had specific analysis of the impact of 78 relative to a replacement in terms of property valuations. We've had some very high-level discussions with property valuers, as we generally have within the council, and I think the best way to deal with this would be to bring someone from our valuations team to the workshop, just to explain how the valuation process generally works. There is not a direct link between land zoning and property value, my understanding of it.
Are you serious?
Well, there is a link. But it's not. I think it's best that we leave it to the experts, and we do bring an expert. If this is a matter that the committee is very interested in, understandably, I think we bring our best valuation experts within council to speak to what this would mean for property values, because if there are properties increasing relative to 78, there will be others that are decreasing if it has that much of a factor. So that's my suggestion.
Well,
we bring it to with the right experts in the room to give councillors the best advice.
Well, I would make the request now that we do have this information, because it is important, and it's information that the government needs to get a handle on, because far from improving affordability, it may well worsen the situation. Far from improving the supply of housing, it may well worsen the supply of housing. The other question I've got goes to infrastructure. In a situation where we can have, under this change, more housing everywhere, what does this do to development? That is, the ability for council to enable places to develop when patently we're not able to afford the upgrade in infrastructure across the entire region. Have we had any reporting on that in respect of Section 32 or any other form of analysis?
I think through the chair, as we mentioned before, the need for infrastructure is driven by the increase in population. So regardless of whether we have Plan Change 78, the unitary plan as it is, or an alternative, the population will increase and there will be a need to provide that infrastructure. What this plan change does that's better in our view than Plan Change 78 is it focuses the potential for that growth, that population growth, in locations that are easier to serve with public transport, existing and improved over the decades to come. We're going to, as we've said, have Watercare come and speak at a workshop to how they see this plan change relative to 78 in terms of servicing within infrastructure, but in broad terms they have told us previously that this has some aspects that are definitely better than Plan Change 78.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is quite unprecedented in my experience, and quite complicated. Just if I could just get a handle on the statutory environment. We're dealing with the Resource Management Act 1991 and a brand new and very important amendment to that act, which I understand has now got the royal consent. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay. And yet there is also two other pieces of legislation which are designed to replace RMA are coming through the process. Is that correct? Okay. And have we any idea how long RMA amended in this way will last?
Through the chair, we understand that the two new bills that will replace the current RMA will be introduced to Parliament this year. So let's say in a few months' time, something like that. And the Minister has said that he expects that to pop out, be completed by the end of the government's term. So let's say this time next year. So in about a year's time.
Okay.
The transition, what we don't know, sorry, Councillor, is the transition period post that. But that's basically the times we know.
I understand that the Minister firmly believes, and I've heard him say it, that the cause of the housing crisis, which we hear about periodically, but not constantly, it comes and goes, was caused by the Resource Management Act. I'm not sure that is correct at all, but leaving that aside, we now, thanks to his rather frenetic activities, we now have an Auckland unitary plan. We have a Plan Change 78, which will radically amend the Auckland unitary plan in terms of a dwelling provision from 1 million dwellings, potential dwellings, to about 2 million potential dwellings. And am I right in saying if we, the members, endorse this new draft plan, and by endorsing we express support or approval, we in effect have 3 unitary plans for Auckland. We have the official legal Auckland Unitary Plan. We have the radical reform to the Auckland Unitary Plan, Plan Change 78, and then we have this new draft plan, which in terms of
Just get
development,
to the question,
is,
Councillor.
excuse me, will have the same or more capacity as Plan Change 78. Is that right? So if we endorse this, there'll be actually 3 plans, only one that is official, but in effect 3 plans knocking round, because, is that right?
Well, through the chair, with any plan change, significant one, you have the operative plan and the proposed one, and that's been the way since well before RMA. You kind of have 2 plans running in parallel for a period of time until you've had the submission. So having 2 plans is not unique at all. For a short period of time, 3 to 4 weeks, if the committee endorses a draft, you are correct, Councillor Lee, that there will be a 3rd plan of no statutory status other than for the purpose of engagement with local boards, iwi, statutory authorities and so on. However, if in September the committee decided to withdraw 78, we would be back to the normal situation of 2 plans, a plan and a proposal to amend it.
So, though we have already an infrastructure deficit the cost of which to resolve amounts to billions, we're not short of plans at least anyway. Just moving on, in terms of the consultation which we have to agree to today, which is restricted to what we have there, ministers or ministries, iwi authorities, adjoining councils, presumably the Waikato District and Kaipara District councils, iwi, of course, iwi authorities, many of which are based outside the Auckland region, but not the people of Auckland or even the parties to Plan Change 78, which we in effect, by endorsing this new plan, are consigning to the rubbish bin. The question is, could not staff contrive a way to get the parties to Plan Change 78, many of which are ordinary residents and residents' associations who spent a great deal of money on the experts that the council expects them to appear with? Could they not be brought together and consulted about this decision and not excluded? Because it doesn't seem fair or just, and mindful of our responsibilities under the Local Government Act, to exclude them does not appear to me fair or even lawful. Is there a way of getting around this to include these people?
Through the chair, and Megan may wish to answer as well, but there are roughly 3,000 submitters on proposed plan change 78. To contact those 3,000 and ask them what they think and bring that back to the committee, I certainly wouldn't be recommending that. I'm not sure what value that would add to the decision making in September. It is unfortunate that we're in a situation where the time frame is so limited that we can't engage more broadly with the public, but I don't think engaging just with that subset of 3,000, as important as they are, they would have to submit again if there is a replacement.
Just a final question. This new draft plan is an instrument of the Resource Management Act, still. And of course, the philosophy of the RMA, quite famously, going back to the Brundtland report of the 1980s, is the sustainable management of natural and physical resources. And you've got it even in here in the plan, Sustainable management means managing the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety and environmental bottom lines. The new legislation is based on a different principle altogether. Rather ironically, I understand it's property rights. If this draft new plan is adopted, is there any problem? I'm assuming it's going to be folded in as an instrument of the new legislation, given its sustainability purpose. If we take that seriously, we do, don't we? We take it seriously. Will there be a problem in sliding this new draft unitary plan, into the new legislation, or could it be problematic?
Through the chair, I guess that's really a question for the government. We will be beholden to the current RMA as we have it, or the new one, kind of whatever happens. And we are confident in terms of this replacement plan change that it fits into the current RMA framework. Given the direction of the government, I fully expect it to fit in with the new acts, and how the government chooses to include those matters of sustainability in the Brundtland report is entirely up to them. So I'm confident from our side. It's kind of up to the government about how they want to fold that into the legislation that they're preparing.
Can I just ask one more question? In terms of A11 purposes of the Auckland Unitary Plan, which we have in here, and it's part of the new draft plan, is the fact that providing for 5 million people or more, and it could be up to 9 or 10 million, is that complying with the sustainable management purposes to have dwellings but no sewerage? And where will the sewerage go? Into the harbour? Is this joined up thinking, or are we just looking at one side of the picture, the dwellings, without worrying about the toilets and the sewerage and the water and everything else, let alone the schools, hospitals, etc., etc.? Is that complying with our own plan? Because part of RMA is that we have to comply with our own plans, do we not?
Through the chair, Councillor Lee, I understand your concerns, but the reality is we've, in the current Plan Change 78, is a very similar situation. Of course, the extent of intensification goes everywhere. This is a more targeted approach. We know that with all of this, we do have to align our infrastructure, and so that is where that comes into your investment decisions and directions to your CCOs and to the council about where it puts its money in order to deal with the population growth. So we're in no different situation than we have been for a long time. We are getting better and better at aligning that. But look, the challenges remain in terms of both affording infrastructure and building it as efficiently as possible. And, intensification does provide more efficient use of infrastructure. And on the basis of the kind of feedback around the table, that is why we've based this draft plan change on removal of MDRS. It's more focused. There will be areas that will be constrained, that we'll need to have conversations and investment decisions that will put more infrastructure into those areas, and others will have capacity. So, look, I totally understand your concerns. It's just that we're still in the position that we've always been. We're getting better at it. But we're not. There won't be full capacity everywhere all of the time.
Okay, I just want to make a brief comment. There's something familiar about the process, and I'm thinking, is this a plan change? We've got an existing plan. It's been through a process by the book, if you like. Now we have a plan change, perhaps a plan change by way of replacement. It sounds a bit familiar. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got a few questions. I don't think I can get the order right, so I'll just take them as they come. The first issue that I think applies in our patch of the world is a huge raft of some of the land that was developed by Wolf Fisher and Morris Peichel, who owned the farms that were all the base for the part of Pakuranga and Howick development, put covenants on a whole lot of the titles when they created them, saying, we're creating these houses, they're going to be suburbs that people can live in our, which was their farmland, but you cannot do the following. In other words, you can't put more than one dwelling on each title. Now, a whole lot of people in our ward believe those covenants are legally binding, but it looks like the problem is they're not something that we take account of. That if it's the residents who have those covenants on their title, they have to spend money with lawyers and go off and go to court and fight in order to get the recognition of what is a legally binding covenant. My understanding is it's a legally, you can't just say, well, we're walking over the top of it and expunging it. And so the questions that I'm getting already from people is, will these proposals you're putting forward honour the individual covenants that we've all bought? When I bought my place, I saw it on the title and the lawyer said, remember, you're buying this, but you cannot do the following because of the covenant. And heaps, thousands, or probably thousands of other properties are in that. So I guess my first question is, what is the status of people who have bought properties over decades with those covenants sitting on them, and now we might come along and say, sorry, we want that land for a different use?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Williamson. So my understanding of those is that they're private covenants, as you say, and they're on the titles. So they are legally binding, and they trump then any kind of land use, underlying land use we might have. So if there's something on a title that further constrains for whatever reason, whether it's nothing to do with council, could just be a preference, then that remains until there's a legal process to remove that out. And of course, that may never happen. So the only other situation there would be if, through a subdivision consent or a resource consent, between the council and the landowner had some kind of agreement or covenant, that could be changed through another kind of consent process. But I think the ones you're talking about, as I understand it, are private ones, and so they will remain, regardless of what the colours on the maps look like. So similar if it was MDRS, in Plan Change 78, same thing, wouldn't necessarily be able to change it if you've got that private covenant on your title.
Right, but now the next question comes is, what about the covenants on your neighbouring properties, but you're not going to abide by it? Because what we've had is developers come in and buy a property, it's got the private covenant that you can't develop it, and have gone ahead and put up 3-storey, multiple, and of course the neighbours are all saying they're in breach of the covenants for us all, and they're saying, too bad, we don't care on our particular property, and they've gone off to court in every case, paid, you have no idea the sums of money they've paid to lawyers, and actually ended up winning and stopped the developers doing it. But I would have thought that we would, in terms of approving those constructions, saying actually there's a covenant on your property and no, we can't. Now I understand that that's not the law, is that right?
So where it's not something that council is requiring or demanding, then no, we don't get involved in those kinds of conversations. It does fall to the private owner to deal with those matters.
So somebody buys a property next to mine and starts building a multitude, which they're not allowed to, but I've got to go to court and fight a big battle to get it. Okay. Okay, I don't know any ministers, so. Okay, now the next one was to do with walkable catchments, because I've got a really big concern about that. In Wellington at some stage many years ago, I remember people coming before a committee showing that if you looked on a flat map, these people down this side of the major road and these people down this side of the major road were the same distance from the road and were categorised the same. However, when you went there, these people lived at the top of a mountain goat track so high to get up to the bus, You'd literally have to be an athlete. And these people down here live so far below it that they could roll home down the hill. And so the distance from the width on a flat map did not demonstrate what a walkable catchment really was. Have we got that same issue here? Because I can tell you at our way, there are some that are at the top of very big steep slopes, and there are others that are absolutely flat along a straight plane of which are the same distance. But you try walking that one while I walk this one, and I'll tell you the difference. It's massive.
So through the chair, no, we don't have that issue. The approach we've taken is not to look at it as just a linear distance from the station.
Right.
We've looked at the landform, the topography, major arterials that might create a barrier to crossing over and therefore delay you. It's generally based on a 10-minute walk around the train stations and the busway stations on the eastern and northern busway, and a 15-minute walk from the edge of the city centre. But it's a walk that takes into account the curvature of the roads, the topography, those barriers that might stop you getting from A to B, parks that you might have to walk through at night, which might make it less desirable. So they're fine-tuned. They're not necessarily perfect. Local boards have assisted with them in the past, and hopefully over the next few weeks we might get some more insights from local boards. But yeah. Okay. Hopefully that gives you some assurance we've had some sophistication.
So I'll prefix my next question with, I'm a big fan of trying to get really good intensification on the public transport corridors. I think that makes common sense. Lots of those corridors have got second-hand car lots and that could easily have apartments and so on built. But what I'm really concerned about is when I sat, and I want to thank, just making sure, Celia Davidson and yourself, Phil, yesterday. We spent some time with you guys with the interactive maps. And my biggest concern right now, why I'm finding it really difficult to sort of say yay or nay, is there's so much on those maps that are still yet unable to be explained. There are cul-de-sacs, absolute cul-de-sacs, where there is the same houses in that same, all got to come out onto the main road, and some houses are orange and some are yellow. Some are suburban and some are urban. And I would not be able to, and you noticed yesterday, we couldn't find an explanation for why there were those outriders. So when we say endorse, I would love to have it that this is a start and we get a little bit more phenomenally good information about why those maps have one standout house or two standout houses in a cul-de-sac, but all the others are not. And I wouldn't be able to explain that to people. And so I can't say I endorse this as a starting point. I would like to say that we approve this to be a beginning of the development. I want Plan Change 78 gone. I think the two major political parties had to have been out of their minds to try and enforce that onto this city. But I want to see that we've got something that's workable and explainable. And so I've got areas I've got them all on PowerPoints and can fade them in and out now. And there's just huge areas that just become urban and compared to suburban. But then there is other big areas on the other side of Howick where it's single house the entire distance. And I think, why are they single house in their exact same areas? I can't get an explanation. And it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then when the public see this, there'll be anger about why them and not us. That's my concern. I'll leave it at that.
Through the chair, I might just give a little bit of context for our conversation yesterday, which was with reference to the Sunnyhill area over by Farm Cove. And it was to do with the boundary between the mixed housing urban zoning and the mixed housing suburban zoning. And the way in which we'd actually approach this was to use what was called the framework of urban accessibility, which drew from the census data around each property and what its relative accessibility was to public transport, to amenities, etc., to schools, etc. And yes, it did throw up some anomalies in the way in which some properties had been given mixed housing suburban and others hadn't been. What we did talk about was the fact that we've got a sweep which is going on back across the maps at the moment, and one of the resolutions which is in front of you is to recognise that that is one of the things that we're looking to address that's been ongoing, to enable for an updated set of maps to be able to be produced to actually show how we've addressed those sorts of anomalies to the best that we can.
You just raised one quick point I want to raise. The accessibility question. I have yet to find a definition of exactly what that is. First of all, I thought it was just your distance from a public transport corridor and your ability to, like what a walkable catchment was. But you just then included quite a few more things into it. But I understand there are others, and so what I think would be really beneficial to all of us would be a really specific definition of how you calculate that number of that accessibility and then allocate it to each property, and that means you're in and you're not. I could not do that calculation right at this moment because I don't know all the factors that you've got in that formula.
Thank you, Councillor. And this was some of the work that was done before the MDRS suddenly popped in and made it blanket everywhere. So the team are now trying under this speedy process, trying to get back to some sort of sense of normality. So it is hard. I have 3 more questions, and then I was funnily enough hoping that we might get done before lunch, but that was a high hope. So I think we need to do these 3 questions and then move to lunch, especially, well, for everyone, but especially staff members. And then, so we've got 3 questions. I'm cutting it off there. Councillor Watson.
I'll try and keep my questions sort of generalised, but it goes to the notion of certainly in some wards where there's a lot of housing now that is mixed housing urban under the the unitary plan. Big swathes of them were either single house lots or mixed housing suburban. In some big chunks, they've jumped an entire zone. So they've jumped mixed housing suburban, gone straight up to mixed housing urban, and that's quite big areas of land. What I really wanted to test with you is really how they're going to be better off than the medium density residential standards. When I look at medium density residential standards, it was the 3x3 as of right. When I looked at mixed housing urban, it's 3, not 4. 3 as of right, not 4. Three as of right, and resource consent for 4 or more. If you compare the two, and in practical terms, you look at the constraints with the medium density standards in terms of any number of things, they're really just going to be the same at best, aren't they? There's going to be no improvement for all those big swathes of Auckland that are mixed housing urban.
Through you, Chair. So my understanding of the question is comparing the MHU zone and the replacement plan change to the MHU and PC78 with the medium density residential standards. So we have this obligation to match capacity over the whole plan. So there's several ways you can do that. There's by altering the zones that apply or by altering the standards in the zone. So in the replacement plan change, the standards are not the same as the medium density residential standards, but they do provide a lot more capacity than the PC78. There's a lot of subtleties in how you model capacity, so the model capacity isn't that different, but there are differences in the way the rules apply. So the height relation to boundary in the replacement plan change is not as permissive particularly on smaller sites as the one in the medium density residential standards. There are other differences. For example, we have additional standards on deep soil and tree canopy, and I've got the wrong table here. Safety and privacy buffers and residential waste management.
So, sorry, Christopher, you're just going to have to bring the mic closer to you because it's really
And windows to street. So when you calculate out how all these standards apply on a site, they do tend to space buildings out further horizontally, but the difference is pretty subtle, and you are right, there's not a huge difference between the two.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So that, yeah, that sort of matches with my observations. In terms of you know, the other, I'm referring to the agenda items here where, particularly from a public perspective, where, you know, we're presented with so kind of wins, you know, things that are better through this process we've been through. And I guess the one that will jump out at people and is being used here, is being led off here to suggest, you know, a significant advancement in terms of flood-prone areas and coastal erosion. I guess if I was a member of the public, my first question would be, are they seriously suggesting that just leaving the status quo after the floods, it was, you know, an acceptable planning response, i.e., were they going to really look to defend, well, no, I know Auckland flooded badly and all these areas were there's inundated and big chunks of cliffs are falling, but we're going to leave the planning as is. That's a bit of a stretch to suggest that that kind of attitude could have been justified in the public light, isn't it?
I think through the chair, it's, as I've said before, it really comes back to the requirement to achieve the same or more capacity. So in addressing hazards, you're absolutely right. The community would have expected the council to toughen up some of the rules and the zoning around hazards. But in doing so, the government is requiring that we make that up somewhere else. And whether that's through having the taller heights in the walkable catchments or corridors, it has to be made up somewhere else. So in an ideal situation, the council would have had more freedom, more flexibility, but that is not the statutory requirement that we've been provided by the government.
Okay. Thank you. One final question, Mr. Chair, and it, you know, my impression of, you know, both the medium density and the replacement is that it runs a very real risk of just leading to kind of ad hoc development. So sure, there's areas that around the new stations and the walkable catchment, et cetera, where people can see the logic of that in the city centres. But outside of that, in, you know, suburban Auckland, which must make up 80% of the properties, or, you know, a big chunk, don't we really run the risk now of, you know, there'll be 5 units put in there and 3 units there, and because of all the constraint, isn't that a bit self-defeating in that it opens up to everywhere, so you don't actually get that concentrated view of where you really want to drive it, other than around these stations and walkable catchments and whatnot. Elsewhere, it's going to be a little bit of a free-for-all, and I understand, you know, the directives and all that we're working to, but isn't that going to be the practical outcome in suburban Auckland?
Through the chair, I guess relative to Plan Change 78, because we keep having to come back to that as the baseline we have to compare it to, it's likely to be less, to use your phrase, ad hoc, in that the 3-storey medium density is everywhere. It's in more concentrated locations, and there is the lower density. So it's better in that respect than 78. I guess another approach that would have been available would have been to have even far less 3-storey mixed housing urban. But I guess we've really struggled to find locations to make up that lost capacity. So that would be the other scenario, having even higher heights, which become just somewhat fanciful to crank up the heights higher and higher and higher in the walkable catchments, or higher and higher along the corridors. But that will be the other scenario, is to have a lot less MHU than in the replacement, but it's finding that lost capacity, and that again is the legal requirement on us.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Brown, did you have questions?
Yeah, following from what Councillor Ferry raised about when we're going to, assuming we pass this, we're going to go to the local boards for consultation. There has to be some limits about what you say to them. We just can't say, do you like this or not? We have MDRS already, so they'll have to be reminded they already have quite a lot of concentration, and this is supposed to make the same equal ones. So can you make sure that when we ask them for their consultation, it has some boundaries about what they can give as an answer? Because a correct answer is not that they can just export the need for more houses across the boundary into the next local board. And that's not acceptable. So this is a compromise. If they're not happy about something or other. And people seem to not realise that under MDRS, we are already dense everywhere. And so can we make sure that they're asked to solve options within their local board? Because if otherwise, just expanding all up to Wellsford is not a good solution. They're not going to have 18 stories in Wellsford. 16.
Short answer through the chair. Mayor, absolutely yes, that is the message we can convey from you as the governing body, and we can technically explain why that is a challenge. So we can convey that message.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Last question before lunch, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, team. Hard doing this in such a compressed period. In the workshops, I've tried to turn the conversation from just quantity and yield to one of quality and outcomes, and what Auckland might look like and feel like, and how people will operate, live their lives, etc. And John, you've said that we're constrained, we can't introduce design standards, even minimum design standards. We have looked at some of the issues that that have been highlighted through review of the Auckland Unitary Plan, like privacy, outlook, a few things like that. But we're going to have to be even more reliant on the Auckland Design Panel, the Auckland Design Office in the future, and making sure that developments are triggered for review, for design review. But in terms of this change, and I'll come to my first question, in terms of this change from PC 78 to what's being proposed here, it appears that we're moving from, like many Aucklanders would probably not say PC 78 was more of a human scale plan for Auckland. I would say primarily was. So we're moving from like a human scale of 3-6 stories to a lot more vertical. Is that your brief summary, that we are moving from something that is, low, medium rise with density to something which is medium high rise with density?
Through the chair, yeah, that's a fair description of it. Whether those, the rate at which those opportunities for the 10 and the 15 stories is taken up, there's a big question mark around that. I think that's going to be a very slow process, but over time it is a move towards that sort of medium higher density as opposed to the sort of low to medium density to which you've referred. Yep.
So primarily that's driven by some government demands there, and then of course your teams have actually responded to that and tried to work within that constraint to achieve the best possible outcome. So when government agencies and ourselves have been looking at a more vertical outcome, what consideration have they given to the quality of living as opposed to the quantity and the yield in that living? Have they looked at, what would be the community cohesion of a more vertical outcome versus the previous? Have they looked at, the identification of neighbourhood by the people that actually will live in these places? Have they looked at, the social interaction of interaction with the streetscape of higher living versus medium-rise living? Have you had any exchanges with the Ministry of the Environment, which appear to be monitoring this meeting by their very quick response? What interaction with the Ministry of the Environment, what have they been looking at? What are the international models? Have they looked at cities which have achieved density through medium rise? Have they looked at cities like, Paris, which went to more of a high rise, and last year it's gone back to a maximum of 12 stories? Have they looked at these examples and tried to understand it through the place of people as opposed to you know, just the built outcome and the yield that that built outcome might deliver?
Through the chair, I'm not really aware of the ministry doing any of that work. I think that is really important work. I think it is a deficiency, I'll be frank about that. I think there has been a focus around the yield and less of a focus on place and quality. And an example of that is that the 6-storey in the NPS urban development is required on a typical site, and a typical site, you get some quite significant issues building 6 stories unless you have controls that might require some amalgamation. So it's a concern that we've had raised with the ministry, but to date we're not seeing a huge focus on place, quality out of the ministry. Hopefully we see that going forward.
So each of you, the three of you, are very experienced. You've been in this business of planning for a long time. You know examples. I know at least 2 of you. Christopher, I don't know so well, but I know you have looked at other cities. You've travelled, you've immersed yourself in examples overseas that have enriched your own, you know, knowledge of how a city should be planned. In your individual professional judgments, do you think what is being proposed here today is really ready to create a great Auckland for its people? Not for yield, for its people, because it's ultimately places for people that come out of these plan changes.
Well, I suppose that is the big decision in September. But again, what I will say is there are aspects of this plan change that are clearly better than 78, and there are certainly some things about 78 that are highly problematic from a quality point of view, from a infrastructure provision point of view, from aligning with transport. So I think I've come back to the comparison we really have to make is 78 versus this one. And this replacement does have those benefits. As I've said before, and again, I'll be completely frank about it, this would not be the plan change that officers will be bringing if the council had absolute freedom to amend the unitary plan to provide for more intensification. But the requirement on us is to achieve the same or more capacity as 78. And so that does drive some outcomes that are suboptimal, unfortunately, but that's the decision we have to make. So, but again, advice is that this is a better way forward than 78. It has improvements. Whether it's quite there yet, probably not. In September, will it be better again? Yes. Through the submissions process, is this a process that could achieve an even better outcome than where we're at with the draft? Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole reason for having submissions, is to actually improve the plan all the way through the process.
John, thanks for your professional honesty there. It's appreciated. I've got a question for our economist, if Gary's here, if he might come up. And while you're coming up, Gary, I'll give you this question. Is the yield, Gary, provided through the 6, 10, 15-storey development more likely to be taken up by developers, which is driven by market demand? Developers just don't build, they are driven by market demand, people wanting to live in such developments. So is that yield of the more vertical outcome, which we're moving to here, is that more likely to be delivered than 3, 4, 5, 6-storey development, where we have seen a tremendous uptake in townhouse and sort of low-rise, if apartments you could call them, terrace houses and apartments in recent years. Is there evidence that the development community is, have they got the skills to deliver the yield vertically more than the low-rise yield? And can you comment also on the affordability of delivering the yield? I'm referring to the meter construction rates for terrace housing apartment 4 or 5 stories versus vertical developments of 6, 15 stories?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, councillor. So just to respond to those questions in turn, you asked about the probability of greater uptake of apartments in the areas that are getting greater height relative to, I guess, the counterfactual, where they would remain at a lower height. And the counterfactual is in the walkable catchments 6 stories, and we are today debating the proposal for the replacement to go up to 10 and 15. And so my conclusion would be that we would be likely to get more apartments than otherwise from making the changes before you today. And that's on the basis that in areas where we have got THAB, the terraced housing and apartment building zone already, we do see some take-up of apartment buildings, but you're right, it is dominated by terraced housing, the lower rise 3. But I think there is theory to say that some of the fixed costs that are incurred when going higher, when you spread them over a smaller number of units, it makes it harder in some locations, given the demand to get an apartment building up. When you can spread those fixed costs, and I'm talking about foundations, foyers, elevator shafts, when you've got a bit more height, you can spread those fixed costs over more units. So I can't say to what extent we will get more apartments or whether those apartments will be at whatever height, but I can say that the mix that we will get in those zones will be more weighted towards apartments in the replacement that you're considering today relative to the counterfactual of Plan Change 78. The second question that you raised was the capacity or the capability of the industry to supply in terms of skills and knowledge and even perhaps materials and equipment some of these buildings. And I would only say is that we have to be aware that the capacity and capability of the industry will evolve over time in the future as it has in the past. And so if there is demand for certain types of dwellings that are more vertical, then you would expect capital to flow into the industry to take advantage of the potential returns to capital from meeting that demand. So I would be open-minded about the potential for industry to keep evolving and learning from neighbouring markets where there might be more experience, and we can look across the Tasman and acknowledge that there are skills and experience there as well. So I would say that right now, where we're at won't necessarily be where we're at in the future in terms of industry capacity to meet demand, if there is demand for those higher buildings, and I think there's some evidence that there is. And I think you had a third part to your question, which I've lost my train of thought on what that was.
Probably just on the affordability of the housing unit equivalent that is created in a vertical building as opposed to, you know, the medium rise building. I mean, I'm aware of some rough order of costs of, you know, $15,000, $17,000 a metre when you go vertical versus, you know, considerably lower, more in the 8 range, 8, 10 range for you know, your terrace housing apartment, etc. I might be incorrect on those numbers, but you'd have a better handle on it.
In terms of affordability, if we're talking about going up, what's that likely to mean for affordability? What I would say is that for homes in Auckland, if you look across dwellings, I mean, land is the most expensive component always. And on average, if you look across dwellings, really looking at about 2/3, maybe 70, 75% on average, somewhere around that. So what we're really doing with apartments and locations is really saying if people would like to live there, they've got the choice of using or consuming less land for their home. And we see that with the terraced housing, and the apartments is another step forward. And we've also seen that often in these locations. We're talking about walkable catchments. They're quite high land value areas because of the demand, because of their proximity to rapid transit, and that'll only increase with City Rail Link, proximity to services and jobs. And so if there is demand for there and the land is expensive, then people have got choices, and developers will respond to those preferences around using less land per dwelling, and perhaps the floor area. People do trade off floor area for location. We've seen that with the unitary plan. We've seen a lot more of the terraced housing, which uses less land per home, being taken up, and that's a step in that direction, and there's potential for apartments too, I think, to lead to more yield per site, more homes than otherwise, and when we get more of something, that tends to put downward pressure on prices, and so I would think the ability to get more yield from a site would be beneficial for housing supply, which in turn would be beneficial for affordability. So I hope that answers some of your questions through the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And before we break, because we have to break for legal reasons for staff, but just for Gary, with the, you know, constant talk about we'll never fill up that 2 million. Do you just want to give a little rundown of capacity versus actual, and why you think the government and the last government, no matter what plan change we choose, wanted this higher level of ability to build as opposed to fill it up?
Thank you, Chair. I think some of those matters were canvassed earlier, some very good questions, and the answers were very good too. And I think John mentioned we often talk about capacity, but the supply is the take-up of that capacity, and we know that a lot of that capacity, it's owned by people who are living there and have no intention to sell. And so we don't really know to the extent there are willing sellers. And I guess the motivation by having a quantity of capacity that is greater than a forecast quantity of homes is to acknowledge some of that uncertainty about the take-up. And also the idea of development opportunities being more abundant. So when they're more abundant, that reduces, I guess, the market power of those who own opportunities for development. So the idea is that when we create more development opportunities, that in turn impacts on prices in terms of the ability of those who own the opportunities to sell them into the market for developers. And so I think it's, the idea of having a much bigger number of capacity relative to demand is that we're not trying to solve an equation, we're trying to take account of uncertainty around the availability of those sites, and we're trying to ensure that the future price path for land and for homes is not growing faster than incomes. We know that incomes will continue to grow, roughly on average around 4%, as they have over the last quarter of a century. We've seen house prices growing at 6 or 7%. So I guess this is about saying abundant opportunities, take some of that heat, some of that competitive positioning that landowners have, dial that back by creating abundant opportunities, and hopefully we will see the future price path of housing on a lower path than it has been in the past, and allow incomes to catch up a bit.
And last question, so you're saying, to your question, Chris, would you see more likely that the new plan change allows for more affordable homes near infrastructure than there otherwise would have been under PC 78?
I think it's a good question. We are talking about the future, and if we want to get a good handle on the near future, I would say we can look at the recent past, where the unitary plan has enabled more capacity, often near locations with services and jobs and transport. It hasn't been perfect, but it has been very positive in terms of the impacts for Auckland, in terms of the quantity of homes, the affordability, whether measured by rent or home ownership. We've seen some really positive impacts from that change, and I guess the opportunity today that's being debated, if we think about the future, we can learn from what we've seen in the recent past. And so I would, in conclusion, suggest that the future, the chances of affordability being better would be improved through what you're considering today, yes.
Thank you very much. Right, thanks to the officers, huge amount of work. We will go to lunch break and be back here at 1:40. There is some food that's coming out here, but we didn't know how long it was to be, so I think it's...
Yeah, it's actually another one.
Okay, in the little side room. Thank you. You all had a good lunch break. We just need to move electronic attendance for Councillor Fletcher. If she's not feeling well, so she may leave, but she wants to stay obviously involved. So I'll just move that. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair, will second. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Right, now we go back to the speaking item. The debate. I've moved, the Mayor has seconded. He would like to...
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to say, we are where we are. We have MDRS, so everything has 3-storey capacity already. This is pretty simple. We have to respond to the government one way or another. If we say no, then we are saying we will continue to blanket 3x3 houses everywhere, even in floodplains when we are asked to pull out of. And if we say yes, it's being clear where density does and doesn't happen and asking the public for their say. As far as special character go, we'll hear from the local boards about this, but I notice in my local board the KFC on Ponsonby Road has special character, apparently. Yes, so it should. So there's nothing wrong with those rules. The things like heritage aren't really being changed. And for those of you, and we've had in the last few months, Councillors Williamson, Stewart, Leone and Darby have all stated that we should pressure the government not to allow building in floodplains. Well, this is our chance. So this isn't 15 stories everywhere, so anyone who says that has been paying attention. There are very few developers who can actually build 15 stories, and even fewer who can afford to buy them. And as one of the few people who's actually done multi-storey apartments, I can tell you this. The 15-storey ones will be in the 1-minute walking catchment, and after that's built, they will go to the 2-minute walking catchment. So if you're in the 10-minute one, tell your grandchildren about when we passed it. It's not going to happen, because there is economics out there. So that's it. Yes is allowing us to actually stop people in flooded areas, and no is allowing 3x3 everywhere and in floodplains. Pretty easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got Councillor Williamson next, and just so you know, we're changing the word you asked for. We've been told it's fine to say approve instead of endorse.
Yep. Yeah, well, Mr Chairman, I clearly want to do a change to what 78 was doing. I think you're out of your cotton-picking mind if you're defending 78. But what I can't get yet at this point is what I've seen so far, and I've spent a lot of time on the maps, and I can show you a PowerPoint with fading that I've done where I take what was in the 78 and what is now proposed, and it's actually either as bad or even slightly worse. And so when we had the word endorse on A, I was going to have to say I can't put endorse against it because it looks like I'm supporting the proposal. What I'm supporting strongly is that we do go out to iwi and we go out to local boards and we actually go out to more than to try to get a tidier, and we get the last bit which we said there will be fix-ups to the maps because the maps were showing up ridiculous things in our ward that aren't correct and they're going to need fixing. But the public, I think, would hang you from the yard arm if we just said, I endorse this when it's not going to be the final, when it's going to have submissions and it's going to have to be consulted. I thank you for the ability to change the word to approve it, because that means it can now go out without endorsing the actual policy. I'm done, because I think we've got to change it. And the Mayor's right, we can do some of those important things like not build on floodplains and not do stuff that's going to cost us a fortune in the future where people build right on the edge of a cliff that's only going to fall away within a certain time. Count me in. Once we've got some tidier to the maps, which I think we can get, and we've done some proper consultation, I think we can get ourselves back to a halfway reasonable scheme. I'm going to vote yay for this.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'll be supporting it too. And for the reasons that Councillor Williamson has given us. And the maps, gosh, do you remember the maps when we went through the Auckland Unitary Plan? Maps and maps and maps forever. We poured over maps in town halls and everywhere, and it took some time. But, you know, we will get them right. We're at the beginning of the next step. Creating more and safer housing isn't radical, it's rational. And to create that housing and safe spaces is one of the best things about this. I mean, yep, we need to provide more housing, but to be able to stop housing in areas of greatest risk from natural hazards is a real highlight for me. It's been really hard for us to explain away how we keep approving plans for housing in areas that are going to flood and put people at risk. So that's an upside. I like that the housing is going to be denser, higher, around walkable catchments. You know, the outer suburbs have really taken the hit. We've been burdened with infill housing without social infrastructure and without public transport to meet the needs. So a sensible and pragmatic approach is where we're getting to now. And so I'm really supportive of the work that's been done by our teams. It's been huge so far, and they've got a lot more to do. But thank you for getting us to this point. Councillor Hills, your ability to speak with the Minister has been invaluable. Thank you for that, because there's always snippets of information, sound bites, and to be able to give the evidence and speak to that between yourselves, I think has been really, really helpful. And Megan, your team, and with the officials in Wellington, and your team up here. So yes, I'm all for this, and I'm looking forward to the next steps, a meeting in September when we can go more broadly and consult with Aucklanders as well. I think just finally, just to bear in mind that capacity does not mean supply, and it does not change how our city looks overnight. So any fear about not existing infrastructure at the moment needs to be taken into the context of when that housing will take place, and that the supply of infrastructure will be there. So planning for the future, 30 years out, is where we're at, and it will happen when it happens. So kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Dalton. Next up, we have Deputy Mayor Stacey Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be supporting this. If I look at sort of the big picture, for want of a better word, I would have preferred to do it ourselves under the unitary plan way, but that's not to be. We have to respond to central government, and I think we've got to be big enough and brave enough to put something together that actually meets those needs, because if not, they will do it for us. I note that this is going out to local boards, and I think that's really important because, as has been said in some of the questions, there are still some, inverted commas, errors or some local anomalies that I think the local boards will know, knowing their communities really well. But I also just want to flag that I expect them, and I think we all expect them, and I hopefully know they will, respond in such a way that doesn't say, not in my backyard, but in somebody else's. So I think we're all in this together as elected members. As someone who's lived through the 2023 floods, probably more than some, I am very happy that this gives us the ability to do something about the coastal erosion and changing the planning so that we can take advantage of rules that will allow us to change where people live based on what we know from weather patterns. So I'm actually pleased around that. This is not the final. This is stage one in a step. The next step is really important. I want to thank Megan for answering emails at all hours of the day and night, and the staff for making themselves available to talk to us whenever and however. I want to wish you all the best as you go around the 21 local boards, taking them through their own patch of our city, and look forward to coming back next month and seeing what that looks like. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and well done. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bartley, were you signalling you wanted to speak on? No.
I was just really, I'm happy to support this, but I think it is good that us as councillors do have a good say on what comes back from local boards and iwi, because reality is the local boards are just going to be about the local boards. They are going to say, not in my patch, do it in someone else's patch, because they don't have that regional oversight. Whereas we hopefully should have. We already know the areas that don't have a lot of intensification and the areas that are taking a big hit of intensification for the city. And so I hope that this process means that intensification can happen in those areas that we all know it should happen, with great public transport options. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Hello. Once again, it's come a bit quicker than I was expecting, but look, yeah, I'm glad to support this actually. It's great. I think it's a significant step forward for our city, and it's largely good. I think there are some quibbles which I'll touch on really briefly, but for a city that has had decades of shameful planning decisions, that has left us in a huge hole, I think the unitary plan was the first step out of that hole, and here is another step, and I think it's really good that we are progressing and we're enabling as much housing as possible for people. We can stop housing at risk of natural hazards. That's good here. We're upzoning along rapid transit. That's good. That's what a modern city should be doing, and I'm glad we're finally getting to that in 2025. I love what we're proposing on mixed use. These are the kind of things that can build a neighbourhood. It's cool. It's cool to see. We've even made some progress on the special character issue, which I never thought we would do, which is it's really cool, but not as far as I'd like, of course. And there are a few things that we should be fixing up, and I sort of alluded to them in my questioning. Like to delve more into the New Lynn example. I don't see any difference between New Lynn and Henderson, and enabling these town centres to grow also enables the local economic development of those town centres, the vibrancy of those town centres. I love living in an intensified area. It is a great community to live in, and I think we should be enabling that in the town centres that we have all across the city. Special character areas I've talked about a lot in this forum, but just to sort of say again, I believe they're simply no more than council red tape. They restrict homes in the places where they make the most sense, which have the best access to jobs, study and public transport. They essentially operate as wealth protection for the people living there, and really damage the prospects of future generations to buy into those areas. And of course, once again, raising the distinction between special character and heritage, because they are two distinct concepts that are unfortunately mushed together a lot by people. Similarly, as through the questioning, I don't understand around the coastal 100-metre buffer zone why we have chosen Noosa over Gold Coast. That was not really explained. A lot of us have been to Gold Coast, how beautiful it is on that beach, and the housing next to the beach, it's fantastic. We have parts of our city that are not anywhere near coastal inundation zones and yet will be protected by this, and I think that's wrong, and I think we've got to be changing that and checking that, because we can see overseas some of the great examples of communities and neighbourhoods that we can enable if we are permissive. The reasoning to me seems subjective taste. I mean, I can't figure out anything else. And, you know, I would encourage the local boards to have a mature conversation about those things. Furthermore, I think the height to boundary ratios and the setback ratios, I think in some cases they do essentially defeat the ability to actually physically build 10 to 15 stories on the sites where we're saying it's okay to do so. That's not right. When we're permitting something, we should have a practical approach to that to actually allow it to happen. And I think we should be looking at those rules a little bit closely. But, you know, I'm not a planner. We need some experts to go over that. Finally, Chair, look, I just thank the staff, thank yourself. It's been so much hard work. We've had so many workshops, I need to tell you, but we've had so many workshops. We've had, this is a great process that has been so much work for staff and for yourself and everyone here. So thank you for that. If we are permissive with housing and the places people want to live and need to live, we can bring downward pressure on rents, we can bring downward pressure on prices, and maybe, who knows, we can stem the tide of many generations of Aucklanders that don't see a future here in Auckland anymore, that are flocking to Australia in great number. part of that exodus is because they don't feel they can set down the roots in their community because housing is too expensive and it's not available for what they need. Well, I hope this is the start of the turnaround, and I hope it shows leadership on behalf of all Aucklanders. Thank you, Chair.
But a councillor, thank you very much. Are there any more? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We live in certainly strange times. People of Auckland have had significant rates increases, some of them to an extraordinary percentage. At the same time, many of their properties have been devalued. So there's quite a lot of concern out there. People are under pressure. They're being squeezed with the cost of living challenge. And to be frank, the costs of Auckland Council in terms of rates, water gear charges, AT stuff, you know, fine for driving down Queen Street and all the rest of it, all adds to the pressure. So there's a lot of disenchantment and dissatisfaction bubbling away out there. Auckland, New Zealand, is a property-owning democracy. We take rates off the people of Auckland to look after their city and look after their interests. The fact that we tax their properties is quite important. Property is the main investment for most of our citizens, and therefore their property rights need to be respected. And ironically, we have a minister that talks property rights, but in practice, what he seems to be talking about is property developer rights, not the property rights of ordinary citizens that he intends to issue directives to change their neighbourhoods and the value and the amenity of their homes. Now, we're here by the auspices of the Local Government Act, the requirements of which we seem to studiously avoid when it comes to difficult decisions like this. In this case, in this particular resolution or motion or suite of motions we've been asked to support, the people who are most affected are not to be consulted. Now, this reform is a continuing process of deregulation, classic new liberal deregulation, deregulation of town planning checks and balances, and sustainable management of natural and physical resources, which is always in the plans, but actually in effect completely ignored. And so much so that when the sustainable management purpose is removed, the current plans will easily be slid into the new legislation, which will not take into account sustainable management. So we have a problem with the people of Auckland not getting a fair go from the government, and whatever government's in power, they both think along the same lines, and the council that's meant to represent them. And so there's going to be a lot of pushback on this we need to be aware of. And therefore, I recall when Plan Change 78, which many people objected strenuously to, but now we're asked to forget about Plan Change 78 for something that appears by and large even worse. I recall that the previous government foisted this on the population, and of course Auckland went along with it, but Christchurch did not. And during the debate about Plan Change 78, which peaked about 3 years ago, I looked up the Christchurch City Council meeting online to see what their arguments were. What were the key arguments they used when they rejected the government's imposition of intensification on Christchurch? And at the start of the meeting, there was a lecture, a rather shrill lecture from the mayor, saying that they had to do it or else they'd be in big trouble. But when it comes to the actual arguments, the argument was this. This is Auckland stuff. This relates to Auckland. We're Cantabrians. We're sticking up for our people. We're going to have nothing to do with this. Tell the government to push off. And of course, they weren't all arrested and they weren't all sacked. The government was sacked in the end. So what is missing from Auckland is the guts to stand up to the central government and say, no further. You know, the biblical saying, hitherto shalt thy come, but no further. And no one is doing that. And that is a major problem. Coming back to...
Councillor Lee, you've gone 6 minutes, so just wrap up now if you can. Thank you.
This is very important. I intend to finish what I have to say.
I move an extension of time.
When it comes, okay, that's the overview of what this is. This is more deregulation to enable a so-called population of probably 7.5 million. And one has to ask, where will this population come from? Because it's not coming from people, natural reproduction here. So what is the big plan here? And who asked permission to radically change our country so much? Who gave Mr. Bishop permission to do this? Certainly not the people of Auckland, to my knowledge. Coming down to the nuts and bolts of this, as it affects my ward, we had briefings about towers to be built by railway stations, which is sensible enough. That's sensible planning, I think, linking intensification to railway stations. But in this particular case, in my particular ward, we have walkable catchments of 1.2 kilometres up hills, down hills, around corners. And how did they decide on these? How did they map these walkable catchments? They put a compass around railway stations, went out 1.2 kilometres, regardless of the topography of hills, of streets, of going around corners, going down side streets, cul-de-sacs and all the rest of it. It was as if the potential public transport users were crows and flew hither and thither in a direct line like crows. But actually, this is not about public transport at all.
Councillor Lee,
this is a mechanism to enable property developers to reach into desirable sites,
Councillor Lee, your time is...
special character areas, and erect them with riddling the place of 50-metre towers. I'll end it, seeing I've been brought to a close, I'll end it on that note. It's not good enough. We need to stand up for Auckland because we're going to have trouble with the people of Auckland because we are not respecting the social contract.
Thanks, Councillor. And I did give you almost double the time. Everyone else does their best to stick to the time, so thank you. Councillor Watson.
I'd just like to start by acknowledging the work that the various planning officers have done in respect to this item and their honesty in terms of what this means for the specific wards around the region. We've had words like suboptimal outcomes, this not being the plan change that the council will be bringing to improve the unitary plan. We know that. We know that from our own experience. So I guess the question that has to be asked in those circumstances then, while the planning officers don't have a choice, they have to try and come up with something better. I guess the question has to be, do the politicians have to go the same way? Do they just have to accept that as the best that can be hoped for? We hear a lot of talk around this place about standing up to Wellington, or I don't bother going down to Wellington, or, I'm going to sock it to the government. And yet, when we come to this matter of the very planning regime for our whole region, we're holding up the fact that we won't have to build in flood zones as a victory. Really? We're not going to intensify in flood zones or parts of the coastline where houses are falling into the sea. And yay, boy, we socked it to them over that one. I don't take that as much of a victory. Not when you're looking at all the other things we're having to suck up big time. Some of the councils have brought them up. The total absence of any quality of living controls or guidelines. What sort of Auckland are we, going to put in place for the next 20 or 30 years? I look at some of the developments around already that our officers were trying to address, these, multi-unit sites, big kind of concrete jungles, bins chucked in roadways, and poor wee kids, playing on balconies or, running up and down the road. That's not anything to be proud of. And that came under a regime where, it was pretty much the same kind of ultimatum that was put out. I guess I wouldn't really mind all this. I wouldn't mind it at all if I really thought this would have some effect on affordability. Because like other people around here, I've got sons and daughters who are, facing the hopeless task of trying to get a house, an apartment or anything. They've got no chance. But I know it's not going to be the case. We know that because it's exactly the same promises that were made. If anything, it's kind of ideological. There was a very good article a few years ago by Kay Saville-Smith, who's a social scientist who specialises in housing. And as far as affordability goes, she nailed it. She nailed the difference between Auckland in the 2020s and Auckland as it had been in previous decades, where we had a third of our housing stock was in the lower quartile, was low-cost housing, not low quality. It's the same houses that stand all over the North Shore in Henderson, Manurewa, Papakura, those solid 60s, 70s housing. But they were backed up by government funding via people's ability to capitalise on the family benefit and low interest loans, state advances loaned out at 3%, 2% what was then the market rate. And consequently, anyone who was on a low income could go walking into those houses, and that was a birthright for New Zealanders. And that continued right through until the fourth Labour government and Douglas, when he came along with his merry band, and that funding got stripped away overnight, and successive governments right up to now haven't restored it at all. In fact, it plummeted to virtually zero. There's a solution to affordability, because what I see happening all around my ward, which is duplicated elsewhere, is one house gets stripped out for 1.4, 1.5 million, and 4, 6, 8 get put in at 1.3 or 1.2 million. There's no effective advancement, and the better the area, the more desirable the area, the worse it is. So I don't for a minute think that any of this is going to have any meaningful effect on affordability, the ability of that huge part of our society who have been shut out from housing of getting in. So I guess the real question for us should be, it's an election time. I've got people running around now showing me their 20%, 30% rate bills. I wonder what the Auckland public, who don't really know anything much about this at all, don't really have too much of an insight into what our plan change. This is going to be our replacement plan change, isn't it? Not the government. We're replacing it in response to the government. So we're going to be the ones who are marching down Queen Street or Hobsonville Road or wherever it might be, saying this is what we have endorsed, this is improved. We can do a lot better than that. We hear a lot about staff around here. We have the staff that know what has to be done, know where improvements can be made, and have some sense of what a better Auckland might be as a consequence of that. not some kind of ideologically, politically driven initiative, Mr. Chair, particularly from individuals who live in the beautiful green hills above Eastbourne and Days Bay, where there's a ferry and there's a bus service, but I don't see too many terraced houses or townhouses over there. So I think, as Councillor Lee suggested, we have to make an attempt to stand up. I think our officers are looking for us to make a bit of a political stance, not just go along and fold and say, this is the best you can hope for.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. So you don't, I don't have Councillor Darby on the list yet? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Cool. If that's the case, no, that's fine. Like others, I do want to recognise the work that's gone into actually having finally the natural hazards and the removal of the medium density stuff that was just madness. And we all agreed at the time that it was madness and that the infrastructural provision of that was going to be madness. I also want, again, as others have done, to recognise the staff working in ridiculously compressed timelines. So I thank them. I thank them for the way in which they have presented today and their pragmatic comments in and around what this might deliver. So for those of us who felt before lunch we were between a rock and a hard place, we wanted to see those positives, but we just simply couldn't see that there was any, all of us want to see a 30-year infrastructure bipartisan agreement. What we don't want to see is bipartisan agreements on sheer stupidity. And from my perspective, I cannot see any science behind the 2 million plus and the yield and the pressure that has driven our officers to try and submit to the modelling, which I understand takes 3 weeks, just keep feeding into this modelling to somehow reach this magical number like we'd somehow suddenly won lotto. It just seemed ridiculous. So I was really struggling with what I should do in this, and it was quite good to have a chat to Councillor Williamson, because I want to support this going out to the local boards. We need to hear from them, and I want to support it going out to iwi. We need to hear from them as soon as possible. I'd like to know in terms of kaitiaki what they have to say. Is this good stewardship? Are we doing the right thing? Have we gone about this the right way? But I just simply couldn't endorse it. So for me today, having it approved to go out to the local boards and to iwi is okay, because we need that feedback. But the real meeting is next month. That is when we are going to have to take some pretty serious decisions, and we have to face up to our communities. And let's face it, Aucklanders over the last 5 years have had a pretty shitty time. They haven't had certainty on a whole range of things, and this is just going to add even more uncertainty. So I've taken comfort today on those emails that I sent to Megan. She has now withdrawn the opinion she gave me last night, and she has come back and said to my question around whether we would have submissions and then further submissions and the Environment Court, I'm taking that as a promise today that I can take to my community and to my local boards to say, this is available for you. You know, we might all think the 2 million plus yield is utter madness. We know that it will have huge repercussions on the finances of Auckland going forward in terms of provision of infrastructure. I know all the arguments about enabling vis-a-vis feasibility. I know all of those things, but ultimately you can't do all this upzoning without making the commitment to do the infrastructure that's required to support it. You know, how many times have I heard all of you I could probably point to every single person in this room and say, no growth without infrastructure. How many times have we said that? Well, that's what the national policy statement is about. And that's why I asked that question around whether it's through your negotiations with the Minister and the Ministry for the Environment. Are they going to withdraw all of that? Have we, are we resiling from suddenly deciding, we will have infrastructure to support the growth? Chair, forgive me if I'm sounding a little bit strong about this, but I am taking comfort to know that the community that have not had a say will be able to make submissions on this. But, all of us know the cost of participation. How many of you have had to engage legal advice on resource management? How many of you, that it's almost you've got to have access to considerable funds to be able to do that. The other thing I've taken comfort from today is the agreement that we will have water care here next month, because I want to know where this capacity for wastewater actually is. If we next month hear, well, let me turn it around. If you were putting up today a planned, sequenced, a bit like the Singaporean one, where we've got a master plan and we look at how we're going to sequence it and let it roll out over time, I'd have a hell of a lot more comfort. But from our experience with the Auckland Unitary Plan, where it was wide open and we knew we didn't have the infrastructure and it was incredibly problematic, I suspect this could happen again. So my vote today is agreeing that this go to the local boards and to iwi and no further. I want to save the discussions for the meeting next month. I haven't quite finished. And I'd like to know from the officers, given that this is a huge thing for the people of Auckland, and certainly in the Albert Eden and the Puketapapas and the area and the ward that I represent, there is enormous interest, and we are just trying our best to respond to the endless telephone calls, the endless emails. What support are we going to have as elected members to ensure that there is a well-informed, not emotional and nothing other than factual, that these plans can be made clear and made understandable? We spend hours in this place talking about planning until our eyes glaze over, but it's incredibly complex. And I think we have created a great amount of uncertainty in the community. And I believe if Megan and her team don't have the resources, they should be going to Phil Wilson, because we have an obligation to go out to the public and demystify this and explain exactly what we mean before we agree to endorse or otherwise. And that will come next month. And I hope that we are willing to go out and get that support in the community to make sure that this is well understood. So thank you, Chair. And again, this is no disrespect to the officers who have worked so hard on this. And it does disappoint me that we have been so bloody awful in our negotiations with central government, because that 2 million figure just stays in my mind as sheer madness.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Julie Ferry, Councillor Ferry.
Sorry, just finding the right screen. Kia ora. I wanted to just make a couple of comments, if I may. The first was to point out with the Christchurch example that was raised before was that actually, yes, they didn't get fired, but they did get overruled by central government. And so they actually ended up wasting a lot of council resources on a process that ultimately has not delivered for them. And that is something that we need to weigh up. Far be it from me to generally agree with this government on things, but we do need to operate in the political context that we are in. And that is one where We've had very clear signals from central government, and we have a live example in Christchurch where they will just overrule us, and our people won't get a say in the process at all if that happens. So we do need to step carefully and mindful of that. We've also had Singapore raised. Singapore, when they did their master planning exercise, the government owned all the land there pretty much. And so that is not the scenario we are dealing with. It is difficult to require other people to do things with their land, as we all know around the table. And I think also, a lot of Singapore's quite a different context from what we're talking about for Auckland. They have ballots for housing and things like that we don't have here. So I'm not ruling all of that out entirely. Paris came up before. I think we can definitely learn from other cities, but I think we just need to always come back to the context that we're in, the political context, the historical context, and we've heard a lot about that today, of Auckland, the geographic context, and the community context, which includes, in this case, mana whenua. And I support us taking this out with the limited time that government have allowed, to the limited number of groups that government have allowed us to talk to, including local boards and mana whenua ministries, government ministries, and adjoining councils. I want to come back to the purpose of this item and the vote that we will also face on the 11th of September, when we have had a chance to have some input from those groups, which is whether to proceed with the draft replacement plan or to revert to Plan Change 78. And that is the choice that we've been given by government. There is no third option here. I think what I've heard from around the table is quite a lot of people would probably like there to be a third option, but I think we need to be honest that there isn't one in the political reality we face, and that we are choosing between Plan Change 78 with the MDRS, which I have heard roundly condemned today, or a draft replacement plan change which allows some addressing of natural hazards, which we can't do under Plan Change 78, and removes MDRS. And they are stark choices. I didn't like everything in Plan Change 78, and I don't like everything I'm seeing now with the draft replacement plan, but on balance, I'm happy to vote for this to go today to that very limited consultation. And at this point, I'm probably likely to support it at the 11th of September as well. But I really, really want it to go out for public notification, so that, and for us as a council to support people to participate in that process, get the longest possible, best possible public consultation process we can get. If we go back to Plan Change 78, that would actually be really constrained, because we've actually already done parts of that process, and there wouldn't necessarily be a case to be made for more public input and conversation. So kind of be going back in time to something that really has been overcome by events. So I just wanted to put that in front of people. The stark choice we face here is something that, in my view, is out of date now, Plan Change 78, or something that does go further towards addressing a lot of the concerns that people have. The biggest concern I'm getting from people in my area is whether this goes far enough on the flooding stuff, and so that's what I'm going to be focusing on. But Plan Change 78 does not go anywhere near as close as this does on the flooding stuff, and that for me is going to be a really big consideration. Thanks very much, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
I'll make some brief comments, Chair. Plan Change 78 wasn't up to it, and frankly, this might make some improvements in some areas, but it makes them worse in others. So we're just going down this track. We were being bullied by the government, essentially. So I do not believe that this promotes affordability. In fact, I think it'll be the exact opposite in terms of the increase in the value of underlying properties. People might say, oh yes, you can put up apartments and that'll solve things. A lot of these apartment builders are going broke because it's difficult raising the funding. It's difficult because people don't want to necessarily buy into body corporates. Our body corporate legislation is still not up to it. There are multiple problems with apartment complexes, any number of which leak and continue to leak and are costing us a fortune. I think that this will generate uncontrolled development, where development can occur anywhere. And certainly I have huge issues around flooding in areas that already flood, but in areas that are going to flood in the future, such as in the Mayoral and Motions catchment and others, as they intensify with this legislation. So as much and all as it may go out for consultation, I hope that the public submit. And my real concern, amongst other things, is that this council has not informed Aucklanders sufficiently about this legislation. They are unaware, and the information that I've seen to date is somewhat misleading. So I think we need to go much further to inform Aucklanders than what we are now. We should be opposing as much of this as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. A couple of comments from me. In voting to approve the replacement plan change for consultation, Chair, I mean, I used to call the Special Housing Area Act Land Developer Lotto, and I think that Plan Change 78 was Land Developer Lotto on such an industrial scale. I think this revised plan addresses some things. I think that it will address some things in my ward which are helpful, and it will create new challenges in my ward which will be confronting. I appreciate the changes, some of the changes in relation to the coastal edge. Some of them are very helpful, but I think that there is further work to be done. I think the officers are aware of that. We haven't quite landed some of this yet. Maybe some of the controls, the planning controls that have been mooted will be of some use, but I don't think that this has been done in a way which has been timely and helpful for the planners. I also want to thank the planners for their excellent work in response to a very unreasonable set of timeframes that the government has set down. I think that in terms of increasing housing capacity, we might see an increase in the yield of houses available, but that's not going to have much relationship to the affordability of much of that housing stock or any of that housing stock for the majority of people who want but who cannot currently afford a home in Auckland. So what we will get is an increase in the number of houses so that a developer can make a return on their dollar. I have no problem with developers getting a financial return. They should, but we're kidding ourselves if we think that this is going to address housing affordability in Auckland. Chair, I'm dealing in my ward with a notified plan resource consent, and it's a very complex one. So I know exactly, and going to what Councillor Fletcher's alluded to, and she's right, that the cost associated with trying to respond to the totality of some of these issues in a planning context, raising the money, finding expert witnesses, preparing submission evidence, and then you have to go through a process of Section 92 information requests, and it just grinds and grinds and grinds you, and the public will not be resilient in the face of that. So I am interested to know what our constituents have to say. I'm very interested to know what the boards have to say, but our constituents have to say. That's going to be confronting for some. I think the majority of people will just say, what is this? Because they don't really know about it. And there will be others who will say, we haven't done enough to push back. Maybe we haven't, but I'm not quite sure what more we could do, actually. But I just want to say in conclusion, Chair, in a past life, I used to work for Rob Fisher, and it gave me perhaps more insight into wastewater choke points across Auckland, more insights than I care to know about. And I know that Plan Change 78, and I believe this revised plan change, replacement plan change, will surely create enormous challenges on the existing networks with choke points, and that will have an impact. And don't think that all of the work that Watercare is currently doing is going to be able to resolve all of that. And what we will see, I am sure, is developers wanting the most permissive regime, and then they won't want to pay for it. So I'm looking forward to Watercare coming to the next meeting. We need more conversations with them. And just the final thing, Chair, I just want to acknowledge Megan Tyler, John Dogood, Celia Davison, and all the planners for their hard work. I think they have given this their very best shot, and I do not envy the totality of work that's been required to turn this matter around in such short time frame. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a pretty blunt choice here between PC 78 or the replacement. It's like choosing between two dog breeds. Which do you want, really? Then you start studying the dog breeds and you come up with some pretty ugly ones. But look, this one, I just sort of put my hand on heart and I say to myself, is this worthy of proceeding? Is this of a quality? Have we all got it, our officers and ourselves, have we got it into a shape where it's worthy of proceeding? And you've heard from our General Manager of Planning today some real caveats on that. If they had more time, if they had more opportunity to lead it themselves, for us to lead, which we haven't, it would be a better outcome. Now, we haven't had that. Now, I understand the urge to deal with the natural hazards and some constituent things, don't like density here or don't like it there. It can be over there near the railway station, but at least it's not in my blue patch area. Totally get that. That's politics, and that's also, responding to the need to not have development in those high-risk zones. But that could be done another way too, Mr. Mayor. We could address natural hazards in another way if we actually, just said, no, this is how we're going to do this. We're not going to be, bent over a barrel to do it this way. We will actually choose the process. But look, that said, it's a very difficult situation. As I've said in the workshops and again today, the one thing that is completely lacking here, and it was lacking last time as well, and it's looming larger and larger for me, is the absolute lack of attention to what the vision of the city is. What does our city actually look like for its people? And there's no discussion about quality. The former government, it was, the decision of the two major parties last time, and now this government, they're not allowing the discussion to be on the quality of what is created out of this planning rulebook. And I think that's an absolute failure of us to not stand up to. And if I have one regret from when I was planning committee chair, was not to stand up to that. We thought we were just about there with a couple of ministers, and then it got overridden by some others in the background who were so-called senior ministers from the national side and the Labour side, to introduce minimum design standards. Not to be prescriptive, but to actually introduce design standards worked up with key stakeholders, including the development community and others. We were just about there, but it got overridden, and many of you will not know about that, but those of us that were at the coalface just about got that over the line behind the scenes. As long as we do not discuss quality and just yield in quantity, we've got a heartless, soulless city. But here we are now. And, I know some are enthusiastic about going up and providing housing for our people, we'd already done that through the former. We already had that capacity. You know, and there's examples of Gold Coast, Councillor Henderson. I hope you get to take your towel to Broad Beach and experience the lovely shadow that comes across the beach at 2 p.m. Gold Coasters all know about it. Yeah, but look, I won't go near examples like that. But look, today, you know, I do emphasise that we are going to have to come to this table and start discussing, you know, putting people in the place of our planning rule book. And I don't mean just about the consultation, but imagining people living in these environments that we ultimately create through planning decisions. We're not doing that. And it's a failure of us. And I say it's been a failure of me as well. I'm not saying this is of everybody else. It's a failure of me as a councillor. And I don't think we really getting to the nub of what is the social cohesion of this place? What is the interaction between the place that people are living and the streetscape? And the list goes on. You know, all those questions you've got to ask yourself. But look, we got here today and we've got a choice. And on dog breeds, I've chosen whether go with the wrinkled up pug, which is PC 78, or we can go for the squash-faced bulldog, which is on a government leash with a choke chain. Take your choice.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, before I close up, is there any last speakers?
It is the International Day of the Dog next Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I guess the issue here is that we are where we are. We can all have regrets of last term, but we were where we were then, and now we have an opportunity, one of the only two councils that will have the opportunity to move the MDRS, and I've heard loud and clear from this table that there's a majority of people who want to remove that. To hear addressing hazards is not a big win. Well, I'm sorry, I think it's a huge win. It's something that our community, especially one of the hardest hit communities that I represent, were affected by and are going, that house is being bought out. Why next door in the floodplain is a seven dwelling development being built? It's because it legally can. And for 2.5 years, we came here 8 days, I think, after the Auckland anniversary floods, 8 days, and asked for urgent work to be done on the current qualifying matters and to write to government to help us do that. And it was made clear to us we cannot legally downzone. We cannot legally act on hazards, so we had to continually negotiate with government to get there. We tried with the last government and we got there finally with this government to allow us to do that. I don't find negotiating through the media or using name calling as a positive way to negotiate, but I think we got some big wins through negotiation, which means we can remove this plan change, we can remove the MDRS, and we can deal with hazards, and we can also deal with the light rail corridor, which I actually voted against leaving blank in the first place. I don't think that should have been left blank, but it was. So now we come to the fact where we can talk all about capacity. Both of the choices we have, and I think that's why the Minister made it this way, are the same capacity. We're not arguing whether we should or shouldn't have that. We can say that, but the choice is the same capacity. It just looks in different places. And I will just mention again in Hibiscus Coast, because it was mentioned, you know, right now it's 3 stories everywhere, but in Browns Bay, Tor Bay, Marangi Bay, Castor Bay, which is in North Shore Ward, then you go up to Red Beach and Orewa, that is 2 stories again under this plan change. Under plan change 78, it will remain 3 stories, 3 dwellings. There's fantastic moves in here around our special ecological areas, around our coastlines, around things that we feel are important that we had no ability to protect or put controls around. Design controls, yes, not much of that apart from you, Councillor Darby, was brought up in those workshops. We did have many workshops, and it would have been great if more people were in person so we could have these one-on-one conversations with staff who were open to have these conversations. But as our staff have said, there are far more design controls and regulations on, and I'm sure some of them will get thrown out through an independent hearing process, but we are putting some of those back in that we had no way to do through the Plan Change 78 process. So we are trying to bring some in without being churlish, because we know some of them will get thrown out. This is a tough process, but the government is not going to let go. We have been strong on some things. We are pushing back pretty hard on some of those fast-track greenfield growth projects where the government, as you heard when we had cabinet ministers here, were pretty grumpy at us on some of that and pretty grumpy at Watercare. But Watercare are being honest about the lack of infrastructure on some of those things. We also put forward, and I think it was unanimous, a submission to the next lot of RMA changes where we opposed the removal of the rub. We opposed the moving to a place where we don't have infrastructure. We also asked for clear understanding of funding tools. We still have no additional funding tools. We know the fuel tax got taken off us, we can't get a visitor night levy, etc., but we still don't have a lot of funding tools for the huge amount of growth on the fringes of our city that actually this committee, we've pushed back on more plan changes than I think ever before, and we have got a lot of pushback about on that. So I would like to say, I know that we will have some people that will want to vote against this because they voted against the last, and that's fine, but some of us have to make a decision. If we make no decision to move forward, we keep Plan Change 78, and you'll have to deal with all the issues that are locked in there. There is not going to be a plan that ever makes all of us happy, all the local boards happy, all the public happy. It's impossible. But as we heard from our staff, the new plan change was more in line with our transport infrastructure. It's more in line with enabling people to live close to these types of infrastructure, the City Rail link, amenities, jobs. That's what we've been trying to do this whole term. So I hope that we can sit here, let this go forward, work with our local boards to get those anomalies changed, things Councillor Williamson's brought up around things that don't make a lot of sense. But I think if we just continue to do nothing and pretend like we're back before I was born in the 80s when there were things that helped people buy homes, it'd be great if government put those sorts of things back in. But we don't have those controls. We have the ability to make some changes that move us in a positive direction. Others will argue that it moves us in a negative direction, and that's okay too. But I think the decision here today is actually addressing the submissions to government that we all unanimously approved last year, which included the list of things I said earlier. So I hope we can all support this today. I will move now to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Cool. I've got 1, 2, would you like your names recorded? Okay, Councillor Lee, Councillor Watson. Right, 2 votes against. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a very good day. I'll just close with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kia ora tapanui, ki wātea, ki māma, tinako. Te tinana me te wairua, e tara ara taketu, koia rā I rongo. Whakairea ake ke runga, kia tina. Haumie, huie, tai ki e. Thank you very much.